All right. Hi, everybody. We're going to start this. We're going to get this started pretty soon, okay? Just 1 minute. We're going to start our open session. Thank you so much. All right, so we are returning to open session. I'd like to welcome everyone to our school board meeting for Monday, May 19th. And I also would like to say if anyone needs translation, we have translation available. Please raise your hand. And I'd also like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I think I saw Ms. Goodhope, so hopefully she could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Yes, could everyone please stand?
Hi, everybody. Please put your right hand over your heart. Please make sure your hands are up. And here we go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Ms. Goodhope. Okay, and then I would need an approval of the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda?
Okay, moved by trustee Geneva Marsh. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Rodas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, that agenda passes. Okay, so we have a very exciting event this evening. It's the 24-25 retiree recognition and teacher resident graduate celebration. And we are so excited. My fellow trustee and I are just excited to have you all here in the room with us. We also have people on Zoom that are calling in, so are joining us from Zoom. So yes, I would like to give it over to Arlo.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Geisels. This evening, the district will formally recognize, acknowledge, and sincerely honor our 25 retirees from this past school year. These individuals have dedicated their time to the education and well-being to our students, and we extend our profound gratitude for their unwavering commitment. For those retirees who are present this evening, you will be further celebrated with a special expression of thanks, highlighting your unique impact to the San Rafael City School Districts. Additionally, and after recognizing our retirees, we will have Miss Mary Kate Kenny, our teacher residency coordinator, join me at the podium to introduce and extend our warmest congratulations to the 14 talented and individuals who will have completed cohort 2 of the teacher residency program, earning their master's degree along with their teacher credential. So without further ado, I'd like to invite our Board of Trustees to please come up and our superintendent to come up in front of their table to personally congratulate each retiree as they are called upon.
I'm also going to invite our student trustee to join us as well. Is that okay?
Yes.
Of course it's okay.
So we will now begin, and I'd like to invite Mari Kernan, our principal at Bahia Vista, and our superintendent Geisels will be sharing some comments about you. I'm sorry. Our executive director, Stephanie Close, will be sharing some. Want to come up?
So I have had the honor to work closely with Mari for the past couple of years, but Mari has done a tour of San Rafael City Schools from her youth all the way till now. She has, as an educator, worked at Terra Linda, Venetia Valley, Bahia Vista, and Davidson in a lot of capacities in all of those, as I've been touching in about Mari then and Mari now. The things that stand out are your dedication, your passion, your willingness to see things through, and how student facing you. You get to know your kids, you know their families, and you care so deeply. And as I was thinking about the thing that I think sums you up the most, one of the things I always think about that I hope we do in San Rafael City Schools is work with our students to make sure they leave every place they've been better than it was. And I think you model that. Every space you've been, you've left it better than it was before you were there. So thank you and congratulations. We're gonna do
Congratulations.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good to see you again.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mari. Our next retiree is Nina Pasquale from Coleman Elementary. Mr. Alex Peck will be sharing some sincere gratitude.
Yes, I'll let you do it.
Okay. So Nina, and we call her Miss Nina, has worked for over a decade within San Rafael City Schools, but for many more years than that in Marin County. And she has left a legacy. Left a legacy, and what I have found about Nina, that stands out the most is the relationship building. And so 9 years ago, I was lucky enough to start working at San Pedro Elementary, where I actually first met Miss Nina. And she was one of the first friendly faces who actually like smiled at me and all the students when I'd walk by. And that smile goes a long way. So when I started to work at Coleman, I was so lucky to see you on one of those first days. And what really stood out to me is that you still had that same spirit with you. What I want to highlight is your ability to make lasting relationships with our students and their families. We currently have a student who's been hospitalized for the last 3 weeks. Nina's been over to the hospital visiting her consistently and checking in with the families to make sure they have what they need. So, Ms. Nina, I'm just so grateful for your work that you're doing at Coleman, and I hope that your backhand continues to grow stronger in tennis and that you're able, and that you're able to continue with the piano. So thank you for all. Congratulations, see
Strap in, folks, we got 5 from Davidson. All right, so collectively, Davidson is saying farewell to 101 years of teaching experience this season.
Wow.
That's it, make us feel older. Sorry, Gene.
That's because he had.
Only 29.
Dang, y'all are witty.
Andy's listening. Is Andy here? I did not see Andy earlier. Andy's not here. But Andy has been with the Davidson community for the last 6 years teaching math. Before that, he knew many of our students at Glenwood, where he was also a teacher for 6 years. He's very popular with students, as evidenced by his busy classroom during lunches and before and after school. And he's also someone who's always easy to get along with. He's happy to be included in anything we do on campus. He's a great listener. He's always agreeable. He's the kind of person that makes every conversation go easy. He's even keeled, never gets excited, just calm, cool, and collected about everything we do at school. I know in retirement, Andy's going to especially look forward to his Monday mornings and Friday afternoons when he no longer has to drive between Sacramento and Marin. Wow. So not paying rent on an apartment during the week. I know our math team will miss Andy's insight and perspective, but his students that love to visit his classroom and enjoy the safe space he's created will miss him even more. So we thank Andy for his service. All right, Tom Kernan, I saw you. Where are you, Tom? There we go. Don't be shy. Tom has been a mainstay of our newcomer program for almost 26 years and is a fierce advocate for students and families that are new to our country. He has a deep understanding of English learner needs, both academically and socially. He knows more parents than anyone on campus, and not because he met them at back to school night or in an IEP, but because he knew their parents when they were actually kids at Davidson and he taught them. Tom is also a big time wrestler in his youth and has established a wrestling program that should live on in his absence. I've had several families and several students come to me with stories of how excited they are to be part of our wrestling program. Tom's professionalism will also be missed. Tom is a soft voice, but when he speaks, it carries a heavy tone of experience. And I personally will miss his gentle way of guiding me when questions of English learner needs arise. And I know our staff, and especially his newcomer team, will miss him as well. Thank you, Tom, for all you've done. All right, and before we start talking about PE, because we have 3 retirees from PE.
Congratulations.
I want to highlight that Davidson's losing 69 years of PE teaching experience to retirements. Anyone who knows our PE team knows how well they take care of each other. As the principal, I never worry, never, ever, ever worry about the PE department because they always make sure their classes are covered, they have the materials they need, their students are engaged in PE activities all day. The team works like a family and makes sure that their classes and their colleagues' classes are always covered. It's a really tight team and we're really going to miss them. And it's going to be rebuilding a whole department from the ground up. All right, we're going to start with Miss Siri, who is not here right now and who at 16 years is the baby of the group. What we'll miss most about Leilani is her positive attitude and the great teamwork she shares with her PE colleagues. Whatever PE needs, they do such a great job taking care of each other, and Miss Siri is always right there at the center of it. But she doesn't just teach PE, she's also our garden teacher. And I know garden class sounds easy, oh, play in the garden, but it's not. It's outside, it's completely hands-on class with multiple projects running in multiple locations across a 14-acre campus at any given moment. Miss Siri makes that class look easy, and she ensures her kids are having fun during garden class, just like PE. Just the other day, I was out there and she had a group of kids painting boards to hold plants, creating cement pots, fixing irrigation, and cleaning and weeding different spaces around the garden. It was beautifully orchestrated. It's no surprise that the same thing happens when she's teaching her PE class and they're playing sports as well. We'll miss her professionalism, how easy she makes every day go, and we hope that she enjoys herself. All right, Miss Denmark. Stephanie is leaving Davidson again. I say again because she's one of our few veteran staff members we have at Davidson who is also a student. So technically, she hasn't just spent 24 years at Davidson, she's spent 26. And only 26 because when she went to Davidson, it was a 2-year middle school, not a 3-year middle school. Stephanie, like her PE colleagues, is also super sporty, hence why they all teach PE. And when you talk to her about her life outside school, it's filled with skiing and being super active and doing all kinds of fun things that she'll now get to enjoy all day long in retirement. Davidson's also going to miss her great school spirit. Just last week, she organized our annual staff student basketball game, but she organizes other staff student games as well. They're always popular for kids to watch and fun for everyone who participates. She's also the lead teacher for our Special Olympics basketball game, bringing students with special needs from Davidson in our MCOE program out on the court for some whole school fun. She'll now have time to chase her daughters around full-time all over the globe. I guess they're starting to settle down, but and our team will miss her positive attitude and her sense of community. That's so fun. Thank you, Steph.
Thanks.
And finally, Jean. Jean, get on up here. Jean, like these other legends that are retiring, is one of those teachers that every kid remembers. I live in San Rafael and people always see me with my little name badge on wherever I go. They ask, oh, do you work at Davidson? Obviously, I work at Davidson. I got the name badge. And then I mentioned I'm the principal, and my question I always ask is, who was your favorite teacher when you were at Davidson? Jean's name always comes up as someone that people in the community knew and loved as a teacher. People remember his firm but fair approach, his no-nonsense style, and his call-it-out attitude. But because Jean always does it with fairness, the young adults and sometimes not so young adults I meet in our community appreciated it. I personally will miss his ever watchful eyes that help Tom and I address students that need behavior reminders, and his loud booming voice across the yard will be missed by our students and his colleagues, something that has been a constant on our campus for 29 years. A well-deserved retirement for sure.
You deserve
All right, here for a while, that's all we got at Davidson for now.
Thank you, Mr. Stetchen.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you for your service. Thanks for. Good.
So our next retiree is Michelle Jourdain. She is a district special ed instructional assistant, and Ms. Booher will be providing some information on her.
It is my honor to recognize Michelle Jourdain. Michelle has been with us for 12 years. And when we talk about Michelle, we can truly say that she is one of a kind. She is our one and only sign language interpreter for the district. When I met Michelle, she was providing sign language interpretation for a student at Laurel Dell. But in her years with San Rafael City Schools, she's done much more than that. She's worked with students interpreting at San Rafael High School, where you started out, to Coleman, to Terra Linda, Laurel Dell, and then the last 2 years, she's been working with our deaf and hard of hearing teachers, supporting students across the district. I think, Michelle, when we think about the work that you've done, you've been more than an interpreter. You've been a bridge for students, really allowing kids who have difficulty hearing and accessing the classroom to be able to access, and you provided clear, compassionate interpretation, ensuring that your students are seen, supported, and included. And one of the other things I think is that when Michelle's had downtime, she's always looking to see what else can she do to support students. And she has fallen in love with our early intervention program. And you can just see she lights up when she goes into that room, and she's always there to support the students. And you just can see that she has a love to see kids progress. And so, Michelle, thank you for being a champion for your students, providing them access to their instruction, and for the lasting impact you've made on our district. And congratulations, you'll be very missed.
So our next person is Alan Downing, is going to be on Zoom.
Congratulations.
He is our Director of Food Services. First person is Amy Lee.
All right, Alan, we can see and hear you.
Okay, good. How's everybody doing? I have 3 retirees this year, which is 10% of my department, so it's going to be a big change next year. Amy Lee started working for us, Amy, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, 7 years ago? 8 years ago?
10.
10?
In the beginning, 15 minus this is 10, but then after that, and then October, and then I will change that.
Nice.
Awesome. Amy is the type of personality who has a smile on her face every minute of the day. She treats all of the students at her school, which currently is Venetia Valley, like her children. She loves them and she takes care of them like nobody else in my department. So Amy, I wholeheartedly appreciate everything you have done, and you will be sorely missed next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
As Alan mentioned, he does have 3 people. So we have Linda Burke,
Linda's there. There she is. Linda has been working for Nutrition Services, and I only know this because I did her award this morning. 25 years, but also was 2 years in management, so 27 years for the district, plus a little sub time before that. Linda has been the mother to everyone in this department and has taken care of absolutely everybody, including myself. She is the shoulder to lean on. She listens and gives opinions, which I have, over my 10 years, have wholeheartedly appreciated. Linda, I said Amy's going to be missed. You are going to be missed as well, and your shoes are going to be difficult to fill. So I congratulate you on reaching the end. And time to move on. Not the end, the end of work. Time to move on to taking care of grandkids.
Congratulations. Thank you.
And our last person who I don't.
I love it.
Her name is
Yes, that's it.
Michelle Hicks.
Is Michelle there?
Michelle's not here, Alan.
Michelle has been my administrative assistant since I became the director, and she's been in the department quite a few years. She is the person that keeps me in line, make sure I dot my I's and cross my T's. And when I forget an account code, I'll go, I need that 4,300 number one for non-food. And she throws out the other 12 digits to help me out. She has been an integral asset to our department, making sure we are doing everything that we need to do for the business department, for the state auditors. She has been my right-hand man, and I am truly going to miss her time in the district. So congratulations, Michelle.
Thank you. So our next person we have is from Glenwood, Linda Reed, and we have our deputy superintendent who's going to be sharing some wonderful thoughts about her.
So I'm honored to be able to talk about Linda in Principal Hodgson's absence, as she and I go way back. And I've even worked with her significant other, Jimmy, over there. You can see it, Jimmy. Linda has a long career as an educator dedicated to Santa Fe schools, and she's been a teacher of multiple grade levels, as well as a school administrator at two of our schools, Sun Valley and Laurel Dell. And I remember taking over Laurel Dell from Linda as she was leaving Laurel Dell as a first year principal, and just really soaking in some of the wisdom that she had for me. But that experience that she has of, different grade levels, being an administrator, gives her perspective that's really valuable at a school site when somebody can kind of see the whole picture, and she's always been able to provide that. She's been just a consummate professional who really advocated for her fellow educators and for the students whose needs she worked so hard to meet. I was talking with a couple of her colleagues, and they had these big smiles on their faces as they talked about some of the notoriety that you've gained for helping students through the loss of a tooth. And that you may have had a knack for their removal. You do really stick with folks, so that's great. You have been an anchor in the waves of education, and we appreciate your many years of service to our students. Thank you, Linda. Congratulations.
Oh, congratulations.
And we have Mr. Dave Pedroli, our Director of Maintenance and Operations, to come up to honor some of his retirees.
Just ring.
Yeah.
Well, Raymond's been there as long as I was there, and I don't even remember how many years you had him. But he was always constantly in the morning. I could tell if he wasn't there, I'd get alarm calls. And Raymond never failed to open up the doors, set it, get everything ready. And in the tortoise and the hare stuff, Raymond was always, he was the tortoise, always moving. If anybody won the race, it was Raymond. Sometime around August every year, he would terrify me. I'd go into the buildings after Raymond had been through there waxing the floors, and they looked like they were fresh waxed ice. They were so smooth, so polished, so shiny. And no one lays wax down like Raymond does. So it's just amazing and terrifying at the same time. That lasted about 4 months. People were always looking, is the floor still wet? No. Raymond took care of it. So he's definitely missed, and you gotta come up and grab it.
Raymond, please join us up here.
Thanks for that.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Raymond, our school still doesn't look the same without you.
John?
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Yes.
Yeah, John Ryan. In fact, one with John, when he was getting ready to retire, he was thinking about it, going back and forth. So I wrote him up a whole thing about, you can retire, this can happen, we put it all down. Then I translated it off on chat into Vietnamese for him. And he read the whole thing, and I think he came to Alex right away. He said, what did he tell you, Alex? I'm going to Disneyland. After all those years. And then Preciado, another great guy. Armando Preciado, he would just plug right along and take care of things. So they're definitely missed. Antonio, I'm surprised that he's not here. He's another, just a constant hard worker. So-
He's on vacation in Guatemala.
Did he take the whole way?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know he left already.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't wait.
I don't have.
Nice.
Thank you, Dave. We have Mr. Dominguez from San Rafael High School.
Nice retirees.
Hi, folks. I don't know what I did to deserve the honor of recognizing these three amazing women that have kept our school running, but here I am and I get to do it. They're not here tonight because like the women that they are, they've always wanted the work to just speak for itself and never wanted undue attention on them, but they're gonna get it no matter what. So here we go. First, I want to celebrate Ruth Graham, our data systems specialist, who is retiring after 20 years of dedicated service. Known for being steady, reliable, and selfless, Ruth has been the backbone of our school's smooth operations, working tirelessly without seeking recognition. With her retirement, when her retirement was announced, I'm not kidding, the entire room, the entire staff of 100 teachers gasped. We were all scared. What is going to happen next? We don't know how we're going to keep going. We were all filled with the uncertainty of how we would manage without her. While we jokingly and seriously pleaded for her to stay, we understand that and respect her family's excitement for her next chapter. In other words, no. Ruth's love and knowledge will be deeply missed. We wish her well and a happy and fulfilling retirement. Leaving our main office is Miss Jeannie Look, an administrative assistant, an SRHS mom, the drama department seamstress, and so much more, who is retiring after 15 years with us. Jeannie is known for being smart, patient, and absolutely unflappable. She has been the calm in our daily storms, particularly during the hectic morning rushes. With teachers calling out and substitute assignments needing immediate attention, Jeannie always reacted and responded quickly, handling every last-minute crisis with remarkable calm and ease, and often before most of us even had coffee. So we hope she enjoys a future filled with relaxation and new adventures far away from those morning cries. But what I'm most excited about is her son is going to be our new drama teacher, so we haven't lost a single.
Oh, okay.
So let's hear it for Jeannie Lowe. And lastly, Miss Jeanine Thurston, an incredible English teacher and is also retiring from our campus after 25 years of service at SRHS. She joined our school in the year 2000 and has consistently set high standards for her students, all while providing immense care and flexibility to meet their individual needs. Janine is a true advocate for her students, always connecting them with the support they needed while still expecting their best. Her students deeply appreciate her for her thoughtfulness, her understanding, and one said they are very much going to miss her snacks that she provides. The teachers who work closely with Janine can attest to her phenomenal impact and the ease she brings to their collaborative work. They admire her ability to seamlessly support both AP students and those requiring significant assistance and intervention. Janine has also been instrumental in identifying areas for systemic improvement and has never shied away from taking on the most challenging classes. A true teacher leader, Janine has consistently demonstrated the highest level of expertise in her field. Her dedication and impact on our students and staff over the past 2.5 decades are immeasurable. The only plus for Janine and Jeannie retiring in the same year is I don't have to worry about interchanging their names, which I always. But no, seriously, Ruth, Jeannie, and Janine, please don't go.
Thank you, Mr. Dominguez, although I don't think that's gonna happen.
I know.
Our next person is not here, Riley Urban. She is a library media specialist too at Sun Valley Elementary School. So if we can give her a round of applause for her. And if I can invite Miss Katie Dunlap up to express something.
Great. I have 3 amazing educators to speak about this evening. I'm going to start off with Karen Albiento. Karen is our counseling secretary, and Karen is the first one you see when you walk into the counseling office. Everyone thinks of the high school and where you have either that person with the sunny disposition, or you can have the person that's maybe a little, ready to yap at you. Karen is just happy with a smile on her face every day. She is just kind and lovely and always helpful. The woman is unflappable. I mean, you just can never see her where she's flustered, and she is just sweet as can be. Karen is in a spot where it's coming at you all day long, and you're making a lot of quick decisions. You got to think on your feet, and she is able to manage a lot in an office that is busy, busy, busy. Immediately, our counselors said, I think you need to let the district know we need 2 secretaries. I'm like, I don't think that's gonna happen, but okay. Karen is just fantastic, and we are gonna miss her greatly. She's just been a gem. So Karen, I wish you were here with us tonight, and we're gonna celebrate her with our staff at the end of the year. Thank you, Karen, for your years. Tim Wilson. Tim, where are you? Come on up here. Tim Wilson did the best of it all. He decided to jump into both middle school and high school. And not only did he want to end his career with math, but he has decided to get a credential in anything and everything so that he could be like an administrator's dream, and we could just stick him into a little bit of everything. So the guy's got a credential in everything from music to the highest mathematics. Tim is your essential continual learner. He models what education really truly is. He will never stop doing professional development. This guy never sits down in a classroom. Never. I have never walked into his classroom and seen him at a desk. He is movement around the classroom, teaching and learning with kids. You go in there, and my first experience with Tim was when I went into his room, and he had all these different groups at his tables, and he had all different roles for the kids, and he was showing me different groups of learning. And I was like, Tim, next faculty meeting, you're showing the whole staff this. This is the coolest thing, because no kid is not active at their table teaching other kids what to do. And he's running around in between them all. Tim never stops, and he won't stop until the day he's done. And Tim, it's something we all admire about you. Your very last day, you'll be teaching. So thank you for everything you've done. Vicky now. Vicky is a Terra Linda institution. Vicky is, I don't know what Terra Linda is without this woman. Vicky, the first person I think I saw at Terra Linda was probably Vicky. You walk into the office and there's Vicky. Vicky is attendance. And I think every single person in Terra Linda knows Vicky because everyone's absent in high school, okay? I mean, that's life, okay? You're absent. So who do you know? Vicky now. And what do? You get to know Vicky now and you think of reasons to decide why you're absent all the time. And your mom knows Vicky now and wants to figure out why your kid's absent. And you need to get to know Vicky now and try to explain why you're absent. So Vicky has a role of not only just counseling parents, but counseling the kids. And she has to go in between the teachers, counselors, all of us crazy administrators, the students, and everything in between. Vicky, her husband, as you know, her late husband was for years a member of our board of trustees. Her daughter, one went to, sorry, Bulldogs. Okay, Joe. One decided to go to Terra Linda. Her family has just been a part of our team. And, you know, it's like a Vicky shrine. During construction, we decided literally to probably move her 10 times.
10 times.
And it's not the same not hearing a little Vicky voice throughout the day. Vicky just would work her butt off and always try and find something else she could do somewhere. It was just fun to do different things, you know, and Vicky, we love you and we will always think of you as part of our family at Terra Linda. Thank you for your years of service. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, no.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunlap. Our next school, Venetia Valley, Mr. Oseguera has a couple of retirees there that he'll share some thoughts on.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, everybody. First, I'd like to start off with Mr. Braxton. Mr. Braxton, come on up. I'll start and end with Mr. Braxton because he's the only one here. But we're starting with Mr. Braxton. So Mr. Braxton is my dean of students. He's been at Venetia Valley for 2 years in the district, total going on 3 years since he had a little stop at Laurel Dell. And Mr. Braxton, if there's one thing he taught me this year, is accountability. How to hold people accountable, how to hold yourself accountable, but how to hold yourself accountable towards students. And that's something that I think as a first year principal has been really important because the student experience is one thing that sometimes we forget in the busyness of the day. But Mr. Braxton, whatever he's dealing with, he always comes back to how are students going to interact with this and how do students feel about this. And even though he deals with discipline, you always see students smiling around him and enjoying being around him. And it really goes to speak to how he treats students, even though he disciplines them. And sometimes, you know, those conversations go a little south. He still always treats them with respect. And I think, you know, this is his second time retiring. There's a reason why he came back. Loves being around students. And, you know, this might be it. But, you know, we really appreciate you coming back. And I really appreciate you having you here this year. So congratulations.
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 Our other retiree from Venetia Valley, Leslie McLean, she is unable to be with us this evening, so if we can give her a round of applause. And that concludes our retirees. However, we now have our teacher residents. So if we can have Ms. Mary. please.
So I just want to acknowledge how special this evening is, hearing all the great stories and the wealth of knowledge that is actually leaving our district. But also at the same time, I am here tonight to introduce you to the graduating class of 2025 for our teacher residents. In one demanding yet oh so rewarding year, our teacher residents persevered to receive not only their credentials, but also their master's degree in education. This year we had 14 residents. Many of our teacher residents are actually products of San Rafael City Schools. So this is quite a privilege to be part of a unique and special program. I know not everyone was able to make it tonight, but I wanted to acknowledge and celebrate all of our resident graduates. If you are here, please come up when your name is called to receive your certificate. Wilmer Mahano. Huh? James Fernandez. Sorry, you guys don't get speeches yet. Gotta put in the work. Skylar, oh, is not here. Jessica Jacobson. Also not here. Fernanda Burciaga. This is actually really practice for me because I have to do this in front of a larger audience on May 31st. Glory Bet Mendez Gramajo is also not here. Ivani Rondon. Jasmine Gutierrez is not here. Pierre McLaughlin. TJ Montgomery is home with a little one, sick. Laura McNary is also not here. Pati Zacharias Calderon. James. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Just even on brand, look at you. Yeah. Look like a branding moment, okay?
I'll play James.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kenny. The district offers a heartfelt thank you and sincere appreciation to all of our San Rafael City Schools retirees for your dedicated service to our students, fellow staff members, and the wider community. The district congratulates each and every one of you on reaching this significant milestone in your careers, and we wish you all the best in your well-deserved retirement. To our teacher residents, congratulations again, and we eagerly anticipate the positive contributions you will undoubtedly make in the years to come. We thank you all for coming and congratulations again on your next chapter.
Break. I'm gonna hit this thing. We're taking a short break and we're gonna have cake and let's go outside and just have some cake and celebration. Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Yay. Get started in about 5 minutes. Get started in 5 minutes. Okay, thank you.
I did. They had, I think they said the van just got them delivered this.
Okay, we're gonna start back up. Okay, we're back in session. That was a really nice retiree recognition and also teacher resident recognition. Thank you to the team for putting that together. All right, so we are gonna start with we're back at number 7 if you're following the board agenda, which is there were no reportable closed items from the closed session. Sorry. We do have one. 7-1 report out on 3-1 Government Code 54957, Gov Code 54957, Personnel Matter Public Employee Appointee, Principal of Bahia Vista Elementary School. And in closed session, the board took action to appoint Julio Villalobos as the Bahia Vista Elementary School Principal effective of July 1, 2025. It was moved by trustee Daniela Marsh. It was seconded by trustee Kerner, and the motion passed unanimously. So that was very exciting to have that. Can I have Mr. Villalobos please come up?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Superintendent Geisels, Board President Martin, esteemed board members and student board members as well. I wanted to express my gratitude in being appointed as a new principal at Bahia Vista Elementary School. With my appointment, I hope to bring my vision, my shared leadership model, and the commitment necessary to support our students, our staff, and our families. I'm looking forward to establishing relationships with all stakeholders, which focuses on the continued growth and success of our school. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Welcome to SRCS. We're so excited to have you. Okay, and with that, we will move into presentations, and we have Bahia Vista Elementary School. So, yes. Woohoo! Woohoo! Yeah. That's great.
It works. Oh, but it doesn't go backwards. That's all right. I'm so happy to meet our new principal. I was chatting with him before. He seems like he's gonna be a great fit. I'm really excited. So this is really perfect that he's here. I get to meet him. Breathe a little bit, breathe a sigh of relief because I, like Cecilia and Kim Evans and anybody else here I know Kim's not here, and Jenny, anybody who's worked at Bahia Vista or has gone to school there really knows what a special place is, and that's not part of this, but it really is a place where I know other people just feel really committed to the success of the school, the students, the families, and the community. So welcome, and I'm really glad that you're here. I'm looking forward to you coming on Friday, so you can get to know it. More people, everybody else. And you can meet Jenny's our assistant principal here. So good evening, board members and community. I am Mari Kernan, the principal for a few short weeks left of Bahia Vista TK5, proudly known as the home of the dragons and the jewel of the canal. Thank you for this opportunity to share a snapshot of our school's progress and priorities this year. Wait, of course. At Bahia Vista, our work is grounded in our district's core values, community, equity, and joy. These values guide how we support students and families every day. Okay. Who we are. Where's the next one? Okay, Bahia Vista serves around 550 students, the vast majority of whom are English learners and socioeconomically disadvantaged. Nearly half are currently experiencing home instability, and a significant number face chronic absenteeism. Our staff included a dedicated team of general and special education teachers, interventionists, and bilingual counselors, as well as all of the amazing classified staff that we are celebrating this week. We are a resilient, hardworking community, and every adult plays a key role in supporting student success. Sorry, I'm not very good at this thing.
It's John Hafen here. Personally, apologize profusely for my cat.
Thanks.
Economic Forum.
Always
recording,
brought
sorry.
levity to every meeting he was ever in. Always.
Wow.
Yes. For our SIPSA Goal 3, we are working to build stronger connections with families and community partners. By improving communication and getting families more involved, we're creating a welcoming environment that helps our students succeed both in and out of the classroom. And that's what I'm going to be focusing on moving forward in this PowerPoint or slide deck.
You're hitting the back.
Whoopsie, I got some. Time to retire.
You're just gonna give him the PowerPoint.
Right, okay, so this is what we know. Here's some data that I'm going to share with you. Our California Healthy Kids Survey data from 2021 to 2025 shows clear improvements. More students are finishing assignments, feeling cared for by adults, and attending school more consistently. These improvements are directly tied to a stronger sense of connection and belonging on campus. But there are also challenges: an increase in reported harassment, decreased satisfaction with cleanliness, and ongoing concerns about boredom and student engagement. These are areas we are actively addressing. Student feedback drives our next steps, expanding personalized learning, deepening adult-student connections, addressing school climate concerns, and boosting student-led initiatives like clubs and peer mentoring. Okay, here goes. Nope. Okay. Our family needs assessment reaffirms that we see what we see daily. Families are committed to their children's education, but face significant barriers: housing, healthcare access, language, and economic instability. So we did this recent family engagement survey, family needs assessment, and you can see that we have highly engaged parents, but we have some challenges in bringing them into the classrooms and just engaging them in a way where it's just beyond our regular charlas and that kind of thing. These are some of the ways that we have engaged our community this year. Community engagement is not an extra, it's an essential. It's always been an essential at Bahia Vista. In a school where nearly every student comes from an immigrant household and where pressures of economic insecurity are constant, engaging families is the foundation for learning. We offer bilingual workshops, field trips for students and for parents, not just the parents coming with the students, but for parents only. We have learning events such as gallery walks, which are very well attended, and partner with organizations such as Canal Alliance, YMCA, VACR, America Scores, and many, many others. These partnerships help us build trust and deliver wraparound supports to families, something critical in today's political and economic climate. These are just some pictures of our Unity Week, an event we did with the community and our the outside community and our PTA, where they did an Easter egg hunt. We brought in the lion dance assembly. This is our America Scores. These are first graders on the right side, girls. They had they have their own little team. They can co-ed play, but they like to play by themselves. A music event that we just had, music and dance, our character trait assembly, and then this was a poetry slam that we participated in with America Scores at San Rafael High School maybe 6 weeks ago. That was really fun. So why community engagement matters. When families feel welcomed and informed, students show up more. That's one of our goals. They behave better, another goal, and perform stronger, a third goal. That's why we centered our LCAP and SIPSA goal 3 around deeply engaging families and community engagement. And it's how we dismantle barriers beyond the classroom so students can thrive inside of it. And if the families can get what they need and we can offer them the resources that they need, then students feel safer and more comfortable coming to school. So, areas of growth. Academically, we continue to grow, but there's still a lot of work to do, especially in literacy and math. Our iReady data shows pockets of progress and areas for focused support. We continue to have a lot of students who are performing below grade level, which is something we're working on through our MTSS, our interventionists, and the work that the teachers do in the classroom, tier 1 and tier 2. And attendance, that was one of our goals this year, is to raise our attendance rates, and it remains a challenge. Despite stable year-to-year rates, it's still not, it hasn't improved as much as we had hoped. We now better understand the root causes. We have a lot of meetings, a lot of SART meetings with families who have chronic attendance issues. Before we do that, we usually engage with the families and try to understand what the problems are, why their students aren't getting to school, and how we can address that before we put them on a contract. But it is still an issue that we're dealing with. There's a lot of housing instability, immigration stressors have been an issue this year, health-related absences where a person in their family may have a health issue and they don't have childcare, so they don't have anybody to pick the student up, so they just bring them with them to the appointments. That's been something we've noticed in some of our families. Some of it is a challenge with access to transportation and childcare, like I just mentioned. Our partnerships are vital to supporting families to overcome these barriers. So these are just, I just had fun like going online and finding logos, so I just put them on the slide, but these are some of the community partners that we have. Dominican Project Avery, America Scores, YMCA, Marine Community Clinics, and et cetera. Okay, our next steps. For this slide, I focused on the transition, the leadership transition, because I'm retiring and my amazing assistant principal, Jenny Derby, is moving on to go work as a principal at Malacito. So we're very proud of her because she will do great, but we will miss her tremendously because she has been a huge part of really strengthening the curriculum and instruction at the school and the systems that we have in place for that. So looking ahead, we are committed to a smooth leadership transition, and we've laid the groundwork for continuity through thoughtful documentation, documenting everything, updating all the links, Empowerment of teacher leaders. Jenny's done a really good job of working with the guiding coalition to make sure that the teacher leaders are the ones who are really owning all of the work that we're doing and collaborating with San Rafael City Schools, of course, the district office, to ensure that the next school leader, sitting right behind us here, reflects our community's values and priorities. And thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Okay, well, this must be the last slide.
Okay.
No questions?
I'll have Christina put it on the thank you, but questions? Thank you. Any trustees have any questions? I'm happy to go with trustee Lau or.
First of all, I want to congratulate you on your retirement.
Thank you.
And I do acknowledge that you mentioned about the challenges at the school level with the student populations. It really caught my attention, almost half of the students unhoused, and almost 100%, 99% are socioeconomic disadvantage. So I cannot imagine how hard for them to keep up with the schoolwork, without access to reliable computer or internet access. Was stable. Do you see the absence rate had come down? I think the school, for working hard and really keeping the students safe at school and keeping the family together. I think especially during this challenging time. I remember going to your open house, to the art show, very impressive work all the students have done. Some of the poster caught my attention is the student fear about being fear about deportations, family being separated. So I think the school at the end of the day is really can provide a really safe, positive environment that really can support these students and their families. So I want to thank you again for all you do for our students.
Thank you, trustee Lau. Trustee Rodas?
Maury, congratulations on your retirement, and also to your husband, congratulations. I just want to reiterate the point that trustee Lau makes in terms of seeing the statistics of the population of the school. I live very close to Bahia Vista, as you know, and it's great to see that people, like you are interested and invested in this, and I hope to see a smooth transition with Principal Villabolos taking over, and thank you again for the time that you have given to SRCS.
What a pair, what a team, the years of service both of you have done for our community is amazing. So I just want to center around that. That's hopefully you won't be strangers, you'll always be around. You really noted it, the jewel of the canal. It's truly a gem. I remember when former trustee Marina Palma and I were there for your ribbon cutting ceremony. It was raining, but yet the students were resilient and singing the school song with such pride. And it really just showcases the spirit of, it's really a community space. It's more than just a school.
Yeah.
And it's very exciting that there is going to be, yes, this transition in leadership, but the commitment to continuity of the commitment to the families and the community in general. My follow-up question is the definition of homelessness. I know that our previous trustees talked about it. Can you remind us what that definition of homelessness means in terms of this, in your presentation?
I would say, I stated it as home instability. The data states them as in areas as homeless, but they are actually usually families that might live in one room, or that they might, the whole family, a family of 5 might live in a living room, or they might just be very temporarily living in a shelter or somebody's apartment for a little while, but they're not on the lease. So we have had a lot of families in those kinds of situations. So it's not necessary, although we have had students and families living out of cars and whatnot, but generally, as soon as we know about it, somebody's getting them into a shelter or finding some housing for them. But it's usually more like housing instability.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Thank you, trustee Danielle. Trustee Kerner.
I think there's one slide I didn't quite know how to read. Can you put that back up? It was the performance chart.
For the iReady?
The iReady.
Slide 13.
And it's less about me not being able to read this, but the broader question is, if you've made some improvements on certain areas, which is great, and knowing you're gonna have a rotation of, new people coming in every year and then graduating out, like, do you have a sense of what's a good what's a good target to hit? Do you have what that is, or is it just continuous improvement to a certain number? Because it seems like it's, it's always going to be, there's going to be some challenges, and you're making the right movement. So then, when do you focus on one metric versus another, right? You're like, we're good here, and maybe we move on to something else.
Well, Jenny probably be better at answering this question about the iReady data, but for this slide, we're looking at, so typical growth is how many students have made the kind of growth you expect to make. And annual stretch growth is if a student is going to catch up or be at grade level, they need to make more growth than just your typical growth. So how you get to the percentage of students, like what we're shooting for, is basically everybody. We would like to have a reading on grade level, but we know that that's difficult. So we have a process where do you want a number, or do you want to know how we're?
No,
trying to work on
and
that?
I don't need to be too detailed about it. It just kind of, it's more like broadly, it's hard, right?
Yeah, it
Because
is.
you have to untangle a lot of things. You have
Yeah.
to untangle, we're doing different things for teaching, and that might be moving it, or maybe our demographics shifted one year in a way that we don't know about.
Oh, yeah.
It could be affecting it, so it's
Yeah,
a move, it's hard.
I think that working with the teachers a lot, that the work that they've been doing in the Guiding Coalition, where everybody's looking at data on a very regular basis, 2 to 3 times a month as a team, asking certain questions, and then working with the intervention teachers and the special education teachers. And like, that's how we're trying to drive the instruction to continue with the rigor and the consistency of the delivering the program.
Mhm.
But yeah, so that's how we're trying to. So when you look at students who are making typical growth might still be below grade level.
I see.
So we have to really dig deeper into these numbers. Like, this isn't telling us about individual students until we start digging deeper into that.
Okay.
Sorry, that probably wasn't the.
No, it is, it helps. It's just, I think any conversation around it helps to kind of, to clarify it over time.
Thank you, Trustee Kerner. So I have a couple questions. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was great. And I'm excited about you highlighting the consecutive transition, because the school has gone through, making sure that things are being handed off well, because there has been a lot of transition at our wonderful jewel in the canal. So as I look at the classes, it seems like it spikes. You have 3K, 3 first, 4 second, 4 third. If I'm reading this right, slide 4, and then you have, is it 1 5th grade class?
No.
Or am I reading those numbers wrong? Sorry.
Look at it.
Or is it 1 and 4?
That's a typo.
Okay, all right. I was just okay, thank you.
It's 3, so we have 2 TK, 3, what that says, but 3 fifth.
How many 5th grades?
3.
Okay,
Sorry
okay, I'm
about
sorry.
that.
I was just curious, like, what happened to the 5th grade?
Good catch.
Okay, no, okay. I just didn't know where they went, so I was really curious about that. Okay, thank you.
Next year, we're going to have 2 TK and 4 kindergarten.
Oh, okay, okay, thank you. I was curious where those students went.
Yeah, so that was a mistake.
Oh, no, that's okay, that's okay. My other question is, when you talk about absenteeism, is it prevalent in certain grades? Is it general? Is there a theme? Is it more first, like kinder first TKers, or is it general in all grades?
No, it is more, there are more absentee students in the lower grades. A lot in kindergarten, quite a few in TK, although one of our TK classes has really great attendance. And 5th grade I think 5th grade is the best attendance.
Okay, I actually thought it was gonna be the different.
Yeah,
That's
no.
interesting. That's what I would think maybe is the elder siblings. Okay, and then the other question I had that was on your slide was in terms of areas to monitor, is just like the harassment and bullying.
And is that like, is it both boys and girls? And I just think about how this is a funnel to Davidson and how are we really prepping our students to think about how we show up in a safe environment in our student, you know, in our classes. So I'm just curious if you could give me some data points on what that looks like and what's happening.
I can give you some.
You don't have to say names, just some examples.
Right. Well, I would say, so we are working very hard on trying to help students be kinder to each other. There's been a lot of very mean things that they say to each other, and it seems to be getting more prevalent. And I couldn't tell you why, if it's social media, if it's, you know, what it is, but I
Is it like shaming or is it like, I mean, is it in their language or?
both.
Okay.
Both. We do have some, not like, the majority of students are very kind and say very nice things to each other and things, but there are some students who we do have trouble of working with them. We have groups, a lot of group counselors have many groups, different kinds of groups that they're working with groups of students. We have our bilingual counselors who meet individually. We have our family center who our coordinator is a psychologist, sorry, not psychiatrist. Bilinguals, they are working with students when these things come up, but we do have groups of students who basically say and do very mean things, just the things they're saying to each other. Social media, we've had some issues with that last year and this year. So trying to get to the bottom of that, you know, when you say these things online, it never goes away. And I literally had a fourth grader say the other day in a group, I said, why do you guys say these things to each other? And he said, we like doing it. And he's not a bad, you know, he's a great kid, great student. They kind of like, it's sort of a game with them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That is, I have to say, that's very concerning.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious if it's hard to engage parents, how do we hold the parents accountable?
Well, I mean, when we've had these types of things, we always bring the parents in and they always come and they're always concerned and but we do have, I've met with several parents who had never heard of Snapchat. They have no idea how social media works at all.
Right.
So I feel like we could do more,
Like maybe we could do something on one of the
could
parent, what is it called? The
Child class?
like a charla or.
Oh, yeah. Even like bring your device in and we'll show you how to put parent to parent,
Yeah.
Like a workshop.
and things like that. So yes, like a workshop.
Yeah.
I know that San Pedro's done, I think they did either this year or last year, and like we've been doing a lot of, we've been doing some different partnerships with them. So if they're planning a parent night, we'll join them or vice versa. You know, so we can, because their families live in the canal too.
Yeah.
So that's something, I think the social media is a big driver in that, and the parents are just, you know, like.
Yeah. Well, they're probably have 2 or 3 jobs, so.
Yeah.
It's probably, I'm trying to
I
find.
mean, I don't understand it either, so I can't really.
Okay, I just want to note to our cabinet that is very concerning to me, that this bullying and harassment is elevating, and I'm not putting it on at all. It's just something that we should be really aware of, and that really worries me. It really does. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much.
I do want to say though that I feel that hopeful, because I feel like we are hearing about the bullying and we really try to teach the students to tell an adult. And so part of you saw the not capturing kids' hearts, the California Healthy Kids Survey, that is a concern with the students, but they are also letting people know at the school, so we can do our best to try to address it. So hopefully that's one way that we can also improve things, is that kids feel comfortable enough to let an adult know, and we can address it in some kind of a way that has some lasting sustainability.
Yeah, I feel like, this is our pipeline to our high schools, middle schools, and it's just really concerning. And I know you're doing your best, and I just wonder how we bring our families in, and social media is gonna continue, and, we talk a lot about not bringing phones on campus and all of those things, so I'm sorry, that concerns me. Thank you so much for your great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, the last one, okay?
Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay, sorry. All right, next up. All right, we have Business Services, presentation approval of the Parcel Tax Citizen Oversight Committee. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm like, I don't see anyone standing up.
Is there somebody here to do this for
I
me?
know, I was like, I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Yeah, there actually is somebody here to do this for me.
Yes.
We do have Alicia Klein on Zoom, who is our chairperson of our Parcel Tax Citizens Oversight Committee for measures G and H. This is a group that holds the district accountable for how it's spending its parcel tax dollars. That's in line with the ballot measure. And not being with no further ado, I'll hand it over to Alicia Klein.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. This is gonna be pretty quick, for those of you, actually, there aren't many of you, but some of you who have been around a longer time know that there were some initial bumps when we really established the Parcel Tax Citizens Oversight Committee, and that just to make sure that the parcel taxes were being aligned. We are so far past that now that, as you'll see in this presentation, that we only need to have one meeting a year. So we're very high functioning, like other parts of the district, which is great. So let's move to the next slide, please. So just to remind everybody, the Parcel Tax Citizens Oversight Committee provides an oversight function that is important for accountability, so that the voters and taxpayers know that we are spending parcel tax funds in the way they were intended. And just to ground people in what our current parcel taxes are for, as you can see on the slide, they're for enhancing learning in some certain key areas among the math, science, technology, and the arts, attracting and retaining qualified and experienced teachers, really protecting the quality core academic instructional programs, maintaining small class sizes, preparing our students for college and 21st century careers, and an important caveat with these is that no parcel tax funds can be spent on administrative salaries or benefits. So any questions about that slide before we move on? Okay. So the Parcel Tax Citizens Oversight Committee is comprised of a variety of stakeholders, including community and business leaders, parents, teachers, administrators, board members. You can see our list of participants here. Some of us have been doing this for quite a long time. And so you have a group of people who are very conversant in district budgeting and really understand the ins and outs of the parcel tax, which is important to be certain that this group is providing the transparency and accountability that is and holding the district accountable in the way that it was intended. So next slide, please. So this year we met in January, welcoming a couple new members. We noted that there are no audit findings on the parcel tax allocations, which is great. That's the way we always want it to be. We discussed how the parcel tax is maintaining the programming and staffing versus expanding it from where it previously was. And we revised our meeting schedule to once a year in January of each year. I would say that could change if last year when we were going through some budgeting issues, it was beneficial that the committee met more than once because we were able to provide input on some things. So when things are stable and sailing is relatively smooth, we will keep it at once a year. But if we need to meet twice a year, we can switch to fall and spring. Any questions there? All right, next slide. So this just gives you a sense in a pie chart of how the funds are allocated by grade and by subject area across the elementary school district. You can see that it's, you know, more than 34 FTEs that the parcel tax is funding. So the parcel tax is really significant for maintaining staffing levels in the district. You can see that it's 6% of elementary school district personnel. And you see there the number of classified and certificated positions, the breakdown between the two that add up to the total FTE. So I'll let you just sit with that for a minute there. Of course, money is fungible, and so we could spread this in any variety of ways, but it's important for, I think, accountability to taxpayers that we show that we are spreading the parcel tax funds across all grades in the elementary district and multiple subject areas, and ditto on the high school, which we'll move to next. So you can see here that at the high school level, we're just showing it by subject area with pretty much all the different areas represented. I think, you know, you can see the number of, it's a much higher percentage of personnel funded at the high school district level, 18.5%. And then total FTEs and the breakdown between the two, you can see. We did spend some time, you know, the last couple of years talking about how we can show how the parcel tax is supporting the goal of college and career readiness more explicitly. Of course, all education supports college and career readiness, and our college and career centers are big drivers in the later years of college and of actual college and career preparedness and access, let's call it. So we have spent a lot of time talking about that and haven't really yet figured out a way to allocate that. But, you know, it is something we do think about, just so folks know. The group feels it could be beneficial to have that shown more explicitly here. And but, you know, as I said, it's hard to do because everything is pretty smoothly allocated across all these other areas. All right. Next year, we'll convene in January again to make sure that we're aligned with the priorities of the ballot measure and to ensure the proportional distribution. We do have some open positions for next year, so really need to have an elementary school parent, a middle school parent, a high school parent, and a high school administrator. So any of you know folks in schools where your kids attend, or you know, we also have asked other members of the committee and need to spread to principals that we need to be looking for folks. You know, it's hard because you can't bring some, you know, a new parent who has never even gone to a budget committee meeting all the way up to this level. But so that's sort of the pool. We want to be looking at any parents, any parents who have been attending budget meetings regularly on the elementary and high school side. Those are people who are really good candidates to sit on this. So any questions, folks?
Thank you so much, Alicia. Any questions from the?
Yeah, I have a couple questions.
Yes, go for it.
Alicia, if you can just explain what FTE means. I was at the efficiency and effectiveness meeting, and I kind of just want to get a better idea and what these 34.375 for high school and 28.9 really mean.
So FTE means full-time equivalents. So you can think of it as positions, numbers of teaching and classified positions. And the breakdowns show how many teachers and how many classified employees are being paid for by the parcel tax. So if the parcel tax disappeared and we were not to renew it, we would not be able to pay for those positions. So it's why the parcel tax is really important. It's why we always go ahead of time, we don't wait till the last minute to try to pass it because we really want to ensure continuity. And we usually go out even a year ahead of when we would normally go out in order to maintain the funding for the significant number of positions that the parcel tax funds.
Perfect, thank you.
Sure.
And if I could just add that the parcel tax in each district, thanks to our taxpayers, brings in roughly $4 million in each district. And we last renewed it in 2022. And so it's an 8-year parcel tax with a 3% inflator each year. And so we'll be coming back sometime in probably 2029 to talk about a renewal.
And I'll just note after, because I've worked on these parcel taxes for years in this district. For those board members that might not know, I'm also I'm a former parent and also the board president of Heads Up, and worked on parcel tax and bond measures together with Patty Garbarino and others for 30 years. But every time we go out for a parcel tax, we sort of test the waters about what the level of parcel tax is that we could get passed, right? So that polling is really important, and that varies a lot by community. The Kentfield, Greenbrae area has parcel taxes that are, even 10 years ago were over $850 per parcel, right? So we're carefully checking what dollar amount we can for sure pass at the passing threshold of the supermajority, of the 66.7%. And this last time we did it, we didn't start out with as high of a number initially, but the big win was getting the escalator that Bob just referenced built into it, so that it is growing even in higher inflationary times. It is growing enough to keep up with our expenses of funding these positions. So I think that's key. I think the other thing that the committee has been talking about, and it's Emily Bush, who works so closely with Bob, who brought this forward because she lives in the Ross Valley district. There's a lot of talk about parcel taxes and spreading them more equitably in the community. So, if you think about it, a condo owner is going to pay the same amount per parcel as somebody who owns quite a large home with acreage, right? So they're in Ross Valley, I think they're considering, and perhaps they have already implemented, I don't follow that quite as well as Emily, who lives there, they're pushing on a plan there that would have the parcel tax amount relate to something about the property, like maybe it's the overall acreage of the property, maybe it's the square footage of the structure, in order to have a little more equity behind that. So, San Rafael has a much sort of broader range of properties at all levels than, a place, Greenbrae in particular has apartments and mansions, right? And so how do you equalize that? So I think that's something we need to be prepared about, be prepared for as a district when we go into the next parcel tax round. And if we would consider looking at it that way, especially if we have polling that's showing softness around passage, because it is, I cannot underscore enough, having done multiple campaigns, how hard it is to get to 66.7%. And though bond measures for construction don't need to get to that level anymore, parcel taxes still do.
Any other questions?
Thank you for the update.
Thank you so much for the update.
Oh, sure. Thank you all. Bye.
All right, now we have public comments on non-agendaized items. Oh, sorry, announcements, sorry. Announcements, and we're gonna go first, announcements with our student board members.
Good evening, everyone. This week is Classified Employees Week. This is time for us to celebrate our amazing secretaries, custodial and cafeteria staff. Prom was last Friday. Juniors and seniors had a great night on Friday at the Academy of Sciences where they danced the night away. This week is end of the year Spirit Week. We have Spirit Days throughout the week, and at the end of the week we have a rally. AP tests are finally over. We had a successful 2 weeks of testing for over 575 Terralinda students went through testing, and there were over 1,250 exams administered. A couple of MSO students attended an AI panel during headquarters week for the George Lucas Education Foundation. They talked about their experiences with AI and how AI is being used in schools. They also talked about what they think the future AI usage of schools will look like. And also US History SEDI students visited first and second graders at Vallecito. They presented posters to kids about the civil rights era, and then the kids practiced reading to the students. Finally, shout out Cole Green and Ellie Gilbert, who were both awarded with Outstanding Student Athlete Award at the Marin Athletic Foundation Awards Night. And also shout out Rochelle Diaz Mazariegos and Adriana Martinez Manzo, who were both recognized in our Constant Achievers ceremony.
Thank you. Thanks so much. That's awesome. All right, Trustee, thank you so much. Now we're gonna go to our union leaders. Who do we have? Do you want to go on Zoom first?
I didn't hear on Zoom. I do see Tanya. Tanya, I'm assuming you want to give a report. I will move you over, and Brianna as well. So we have Brianna. And we have, yes, she asked to Zoom first, so if we wanted to do, I think Brianna, you'll be able to start first, if you wanna unmute yourself and start your video when you can.
Good evening. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Diaz-Geisels. I am Brianna Padilla, President of San Rafael Teachers Association and an instructional coach at Venetia Valley. First, welcome to San Rafael City Schools and Bahia Vista, Principal Villalobos, if you are still there. And congratulations to all retirees and Alder teacher residents. Over the last 2 weeks, part of our update today is really brief. A subgroup of the district and SRTA negotiations teams have spent 2 full days collaborating, revising the system of professional growth system, or our evaluation system, with all of the process that goes into what outlines that, the templates, and then we've also been working on the peer assistance and review, or PAR program, which is a full article in our contract, both so that we can best support our members and ultimately student learning. We look forward to finalizing this and sharing more for ratification soon. And lastly, it is that time of year where there's many celebrations underway. We have Classified Appreciation Week this week. There's open houses that are still happening, Consistent Achiever Awards, Golden Bell Awards, tonight's retiree recognition, and pretty soon all of the promotions and graduations that we all look forward to are coming down the pike. So we would like to congratulate our students, colleagues, and to our future colleagues coming out of the Alder program on all that everyone has accomplished this school year so far. And we wish all of our retirees again the best as they finish out their last school year. A bittersweet and exciting time for everyone. So thank you.
Thank you.
Tanya, you're up, Tanya.
I wasn't sure if I was gonna go next or not, so I'm waiting for the cue. Good evening, Superintendent Geisels and Board of Trustees. First off, before getting to my report, I just wanna recognize all the retirees from tonight and the Alder residents who are graduating, and welcoming the new principal for Bahia Vista. CSEA looks forward to working with you. And now I'm going to get to my report. Since it's Classified School Employees Week, I want to focus tonight's report on recognizing our classified employees throughout the district. This year's theme is Trusted, Inclusive, United. We currently have over 200 classified employees that represent these words every day when they show up to work with our students and families. We are trusted because we are the front lines of our school sites. Many times we are the first connection a family or student makes with the school. We are inclusive because we make sure to create a space where everyone feels included and engaged. Finally, we are united because it does not matter what classification we work in. At the end of the day, we all come together to make sure our students have a learning environment that is friendly, engaging, safe, and clean. We are all one, working together to make sure our students get a great education. At CSEA Chapter 341, we are looking forward to all the site visits this week that we will be doing alongside our school board trustees. We also welcome anyone from cabinet to join us on these site visits. I want to personally thank Morena Parada with all the help you provided in working with the different calendars and schedules of our school board trustees to schedule these site visits. As school board trustees, I know your time is valuable. So I know our classified employees will be excited for you to get the opportunity to get to know them a little bit better and the work they do to impact our students and families. Thank you, and I will see you guys this week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. All right, we move forward.
The people who made podiums didn't know about little people.
Oh,
That's okay. It happens.
You're gonna be in front of it. Just
Yeah.
toss it.
Okay. Good evening, board, cabinet, and Superintendent Geisels. My name is Denise Corrado. I work at Madrona as a social studies teacher. I want to congratulate everybody that was retiring today. I often think about what are those gonna say about me when it's my turn to retire. This is my first time doing this, and first of all, I want to thank the board members who attended our PBL, our project-based learning showcase on food in April. We appreciate your support, and we hope you enjoyed seeing the students' hard work on their projects. The PBL project is always a highlight for us at Madrone. I've worked at Madrone for 15 years now, and I've seen the school go through many transitions, including 5 principals. For me, Madrone is a place where I get to help the district give students who have struggled in their education a second chance to not only graduate, but to be productive community members of San Rafael and this country. With that being said, I want to let you know what Madrone means to many of our students. For many of them, Madrone becomes a second family, a place where they can feel safe, have consistency and structure that is missing from many of them in their lives. As a result of an early in the year principal resignation, Madrone has been a very challenging place to work and be a student this year. Chronic absenteeism, DNFs, student altercations, and suicide ideations have all greatly been on the rise this year. And with some students reporting they don't feel safe coming to school. The inconsistency of administration really impacted the students and school climate. With 4 interim principals just alone this year and a turning over of more than half of our staff, I would like to personally ask the board to help prioritize making Madrone an attractive place to work for certificated, classified, and administration so that we can recruit and retain the best people. But most importantly, I would like to ask you not to forget about Madrone students, as they are often overlooked. These are the most at-risk students who need the most support. And as a district that touts itself on equity, please remember Madrone students' education matters too. There are 3 high schools in this district, not 2. And in closing, again, after experiencing a challenging year, I genuinely look forward to the school ending this year and hopefully having some stability and a fresh start next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your update. Okay, and now we'll go with the trustees. Trustee, I'm gonna go with you, Trustee Lau. Would you like to give your updates?
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. Sorry, I kind of losing my voice because of we've been out this last few weeks really celebrating a lot of celebration. So I'm just kind of conserve my voice and also kind of keep my statement short, but I'm not gonna repeat the event. I know some of my fellow trustees will probably address that. But I do want to acknowledge the classified school employee week. Our classified employee are essential. They are essential frontline worker. Our frontline is always a bottom line, and they keep our school up and running while making a difference in the life of the students they serve. As earlier recognized, there are 200 of them strong. And you are truly the backbones of our California public school system. And you may work behind the scene at the desk or behind the school desk, but your impact is front and center in the life of millions of students. So I want to recognize and thank them for all they do. On May 9th, I attended my first board retreat. I just want to let you know how proud I am to be able to join and serve along with this 5-person SRCS board and serve our student alongside my fellow board members. Thanks for making this experience very welcoming and supportive. I really enjoy getting to know each and every one of you more, and we are committed to working toward building a more unified board together. I really want to express my heartfelt appreciation for your partnership, time, and leadership, and I'm really looking forward to working with you to support our students, educators, and the family. This morning, I have a chance to meet with Derek Neal, the Nevada School Director of Staff Housing and Development. He went over and I tried to learn more about the OQ project and about the workforce housing in general. I would like to acknowledge and commend our SRCS, SRSC staff for taking a step to team up with the Nevada School District and the College Marine on the process to kind of review the final OQ proposal together, so that we can working together from the same set of facts and information and asking all the right questions to make sure that we are doing it for the best interest of our school district and our students. That's conclude my.
Thank you, trustee Lau. Trustee Cordes.
Perfect. Let me take it off by just saying that now I know what the expression of 100 days of May means.
Right?
And I think it's very true. First, I wholeheartedly congratulate everyone that who was able to retire. It was heart-wrenching to see familiar names in my past instructors leave our district and take with them decades of service and experience. I can only imagine the amount of constructive conversations, empathetic discussions, and countless students that they were able to positively impact. I declare many blessings and much health to all our retirees and to their families. As Trustee Lau said, on May 9th, we had our first board retreat where we were able to spend time together, discuss how we may continue to better ourselves in leadership and in policy, and discuss the wide breadth of our roles. For me individually, it was incredibly beneficial to learn more from Trustee Lau's experience, Trustee Denivas Marsh's compassion, Vice President Kerner's rigor, and President Martin's leadership. And of course, I would like to thank Superintendent Diaz-Gaizels for facilitating and orientating this retreat. It was great also to attend with Dr. Lau the Asian Scholarship Foundation award ceremony where 3 of San Rafael City Schools students were recipients. I congratulate them on being recipients of this scholarship. As well, I was able to see firsthand our Consistent Achiever ceremony. It was great to congratulate all of the recipients and to the parents of these wonderful students. Their work and their efforts speaks loudly of the students we have in our district. Also, I was able to accompany President Martin this past week to the efficiency and effectiveness meeting where I learned more about the school's budgets and where I will continue to show up to continue learning. I would also like to invite parents and faculty to attend those meetings, as Alicia pointed out. Later that evening, I had the great joy of witnessing 2 of our very own San Rafael City School staff members and them being recognized for their exceptional commitment and professionalism as staff members at the San Rafael Chamber of Commerce event and the State of the City event. At Terra Linda, we had the film and art showcase presented by Marin 9 to 25 on Sunday. And I was not able to attend, but I just want to recognize the students and Marin 9 to 25 for their work at Terra Linda High School this past weekend. I hope all of our graduating seniors had a safe night and were able to make lifelong memories at this year's prom at the Academy of Science. And I appreciate the chaperones that volunteered. I'm sure somebody had to. And that is my trustee update.
Thank you, trustee Flores. Okay, trustee Dana Marsh. Well, good evening, everyone. It's been an inspiring and active month for San Rafael City Schools. Congratulations again to our retirees and all their graduates this evening. Thank you for your impactful work in service of our district. I'm excited to share, as stated earlier by our labor partners, Golden Bell Awards ceremony will be taking place this Thursday from 4:30 to 6 p.m. at Dominican University. We'll come together to celebrate our incredible educators, staff, and community partners. It's been a true honor to serve on the Golden Bell Committee this year and witness the excellence across our district as a representative of our school district. This week, as stated, we will also be celebrating Classified School Employee Week, and it's a meaningful time to recognize the vital contributions of our classified staff who are the foundation of our daily, everyday school life. And I'm looking forward with our fellow trustees to visiting school sites in partnership with CSCA members later this week. On May 9, we had our school board retreat, and it was facilitated in partnership with Superintendent Diaz-Gaizels, but also our California School Board Association consultant. And together we focused on defining our unity of purpose as a governance team, clarifying roles and developing norms and protocols to strengthen our young but mighty team. And I appreciated the chance to connect more deeply with fellow trustees and reflect on how we lead in service of all of our students. At the Joint Legislative Advisory Committee meeting on May 14, I partnered with our CSBA PACER representative to discuss budget uncertainty, LCFF and COLA pressures, and key federal policy shifts impacting funding and equity. As your Marin County CSBA delegate, I'll continue advocating for policies that support our schools, especially those serving high-need students in partnership with our other JLAC representatives. That same evening, we celebrated our Director of Community School Partnerships, Pepe Gonzalez, and Benicia Valley Kindergarten teacher, Deirdre Wilson, at the San Rafael State of the City Awards, where they received Excellence in Education honors. Congratulations to you both. Thank you for representing our school district so highly. And on May 15, we attended the Consistent Achievers 40th Annual Awards at Terra Linda High School, hosted by San Rafael Heads Up Foundation. The students' stories of resilience and success were incredibly moving and inspiring. Thank you all for such a special evening of celebration. And lastly, again, thank you to Superintendent Diaz-Gaizels for our check-in last Friday, and to the entire SRCS governance team and cabinet for your continued partnership. Wishing everyone a safe and meaningful Memorial Day weekend. End of report.
Great, thank you so much, trustee Dana Marsh. Trustee Kerner.
Teachers, so good. Mine will be fairly brief.
I actually put it in. I was like 2 minutes or less. More, you can do this.
No, I'd also like to thank and recognize our classified employees. I will be seeing some of you at Bahia Vista on Friday, so look forward to that upcoming visit. Also, just want to call out the retreat. It's very good for the board members to have time together to focus on ways to govern better together and the professional development. So I appreciate that being put together and all that came out of it. Also, just like to recognize the prom came up. I was really impressed with.
Were you a chaperone?
No, I wasn't, but I have a child who went, or I guess a young man now, and it's I think they created a great event at the Academy of Science, and so I was reflecting with some other parents of this is very different than the prom that I went to, so quite grateful that they had such a great experience. Also, as just a reminder, as Memorial Day approaches on the 26th, just want to take a moment to remind our community of the significance of this day. It's a time for reflection and gratitude as we honor the brave men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice to serve our nation. So let's take a moment during the holiday weekend to remember the courage and commitment to appreciate their freedoms we enjoy because of their selfless dedication. It's a big reminder for me too, just as it's so easy a lot of times to say it's another day off. It is time off, but some time to reflect and really appreciate all that we get from these sacrifices. And that's my update.
Oh, thank you, trustee Kerner. And thank you, you beat me to the memorial update, so that was great. I'm not gonna repeat, what my great trustees said, because I was with most of them. But I do want to say congrats to the retirees. That was so special. I still remember Miss Tippett's second grade when she retired and my tears that came with that. I also want to celebrate that it is Classified Employee Week and I will be visiting some of the sites. I also wanted to thank Ms. Corrado for your update. Thank you so much for that and that transparency and honesty. I also want to say that we had a great retreat and we even got to celebrate trustee Rhodes's birthday.
Yes.
And he came in that day, even retreating on his birthday. So that was great.
See a picture of the cake.
Yes, oh yeah, and I made a cake for him and I forgot. That was great.
So, but we saw the picture.
But I sent a picture for proof of life.
That's why we had the picture.
But with that, I enjoyed attending all of the events with my peers here and I really enjoyed spending that time together. And I thought I had more passports than trustee Lau, but he actually has way more passports than I do. And that's just how we got to know each other even more. But thank you so much. And that is my update and I will give it to our superintendent.
Very quickly, again, recognizing the retirees and the Alder grads, and we're happy for their next chapter in their careers. And also is celebrating the essential contributions of our classified employees. It's very true. Their impact on our students' lives is quite significant. Their contributions extend far beyond the classroom. They impact the school environment and student experience. So thank you so much for your hard work and dedication. Enjoyed the retreat. Gonna look forward to another one in August and another one sometime in mid next year. Additionally, I have been attending the Canal Promise Neighborhood Steering Committee. We are working together with many partnering agencies in that respect. And this coming week, I am meeting also with the community partners of Kaiser. We're meeting together to talk with them about that. And we have another meeting about Oak Hill coming up to talk about our partnership and working together with Novato and College of Virginia. And happy Memorial Day to everyone. I had an uncle who was killed in Anzio in World War II and received the Navy Cross posthumously. Yeah, I got it. I inherited it from my dad and now I have it. So it's a reminder of all those that served and lost their lives.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, and now we are going to go into public resolutions. Oh, resolutions. I keep trying to get ahead. It's a long meeting tonight. Okay, resolution number 1, student services, approval of resolution 2425-69 in support of recognizing June 2025 as LGBTQ and Pride Month.
Well, good evening.
Yeah.
Superintendent Geisels and our Board of Trustees. Thank you for hearing this resolution tonight for your approval. Resolution 242569 is in support and recognition of June being LGBTQ plus Pride Month. And this resolution expresses the support for the rights, the freedoms, and equal treatment of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer individuals. It is imperative that our students, our young people in our community, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, feel safe and empowered and supported by their peers and community leaders. I'm not sure how much you know about our Gay Straight Alliance clubs in middle school and high school here in the district, but one of the things that they do is they really promote a safe environment on our campus. And one of the things that they highlight is that there's research showing that even things, simple things like this poster that we have on the board, on the wall here saying it's a safe space, diverse, inclusive with the rainbow, can really make a student feel safe and included and ready to learn in the learning environment. So even simple things like that, and all of us celebrating and really putting out there our celebration of these events like Pride Month is also part of developing that sense of safety for our students. So asking you to declare the month of June as LGBTQ Pride Month and encouraging our students, staff, and families to recognize the contributions made by the members of the LGBTQ+ community and to actively promote the principles of equality, liberty, and justice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna ask all of I'm just gonna, in the essence of time, if any trustees would like to say anything, please just let me know that you would like to speak on behalf of this resolution.
I would.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, trustee Daniela Marsh.
I'm proud to support resolution 2425-69, declaring June 2025 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month, reaffirming our district's commitment to inclusion, equity, and the right of every student, staff, family member to feel safe, and community member to feel safe, seen, and celebrated. On a dovetail though, in the spirit of community, congratulations as well to the Marin LGBTQ+ Center on its grand opening at the Multicultural Center of Marin. This new hub offers a vital space for connection, support, and empowerment. And it's heartening to know that even though we lost our SPAR Center, this new evolution of the LGBTQ+ center will connect our students, families, and community members in that same spirit as an affirming resource in partnership with our school district and other school districts right here in our county.
Thank you, trustee
you.
Daniela Marsh. Anyone else?
Additional comment?
Okay. I just was gonna say, I'm very happy to have this resolution. My sister came out at the age of 20 after college when she finally felt safe to come out and share with our family that she was a proud lesbian. And so I'm very happy we have this. I do believe it's very important for students to feel safe regardless of, regardless of the journey they're on. So thank you so much for bringing this forward. Do I have a motion to approve resolution 2425-69?
Motion to approve.
Yep, motion to
Okay.
second.
Second, okay. moved
Sorry, I almost threw
by
my pen.
trustee-
I'm
Moved
so
by
passionate.
trustee Kerner, second by trustee Daniela Marsh. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Huh? Oh. Okay, all right, and then number 2, we have superintendent approval of resolution 2425-70, recognizing June 2025 as Immigrant Heritage Month.
So Immigrant Heritage Month is a celebration of the accomplishments and contributions of immigrants and their children in making the United States a healthier, safer, more diverse, prosperous country, and acknowledging the importance of immigrants and their children to the future successes of the United States. More than 12% of the immigrants working in healthcare occupations and are humanitarian immigrants, including refugees, asylees, special immigrant visa, and parole entrants. So staff is asking the board to approve resolution 2425-7, Immigrant Heritage Month for June of 2025.
Thank you, Superintendent Geisels. Any comments from the board?
I'm super excited to pass this resolution. As a son of immigrant parents, Guatemalan immigrants, I am very excited that Centerville City Schools and I, as a trustee and board member, get to approve this resolution. As Superintendent Diaz-Gaisel said, I believe the contributions of immigrants does not, speaks on behalf of immigrants and does add to the prosperity of this country, and that's all I would like to say.
Thank you, trustee Rodas. Anyone else want to?
I also want to say, as an immigrant myself, I really, it's been amazing to have this opportunity to be in this country, to learn and to improve myself. And I really appreciate, what this country have done for me, and to allow me to, also give back and support our fellow citizen and all the newcomer that coming to this country. Because that's really make us unique and make us special. And so in also recognizing that our district is working very hard to make our district and our school safe and welcoming and supportive of all students. So thank you for this resolution.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you, trustee Lau. Any other comments?
Yeah, I proudly support resolution 2425-70, recognizing June as Immigrant Heritage Month as well, honoring the immeasurable contributions immigrants and their children have made to our communities and country. But on a personal note, as our previous trustees have shared, as a proud daughter of Filipino immigrants, I know firsthand the sacrifices of resilience and dreams that shape immigrant families. And my mother served in the US Army, and my father worked overseas in the Middle East, often being separated from my mother as we were growing our family. And my grandparents, my grandmother, who had a 6th grade education, still instilled the importance of a college education and access points. And so that's what's instilled in the value of my brother and my sister. And that's what I center on when on this dais in support with my other colleagues here on this governance team. I never thought I would ever be able to continue that dream of my grandparents and my parents in this role. And I hope that student trustees and other community members feel inspired that they too have a voice in community and can see themselves in this space as well. So yeah, every family story should be valued, and it's great that we are honoring it through this resolution.
Great, thank you, trustee Tanara Marsh. Any other comments? No, I will just echo, I'm also a proud immigrant and I'm very happy to bring this forward, and I'm very proud to have dual citizenship in my country and here. And so yes, I'm very excited about recognizing June 2025 as Immigrant Heritage Month. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the resolution.
Moved by trustee Broadus. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by trustee Lau. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That resolution passes. Okay, now on to public comment on non-agendized items, as I keep bringing that forward. And I don't think I see any blue slips or anyone on Zoom.
Those on Zoom can use the raise hand feature if they would like to make a public comment. We'll give it a moment. Again, those on Zoom can use the raise hand feature. Seeing none.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we have approval of consent agenda. And we're almost on time, team. Woo! And so are there any consent agenda items that anyone wants to pull? Or comment on?
None for me.
None for me.
Nothing? No? Trustee Rodas?
None for me as well.
I don't want to pull anything. I just want to say I'm very excited about consent agenda item number 17. The fact that we have the approval with Keenan and basically we're having a comprehensive safety school plan. Something I've been excited to see for quite some time, and I believe that is
Start school site.
school site visits start tomorrow. So this is something I've been talking to even Jim Hogaboon when I first started. So I'm very excited to see that this is happening. Okay, all right. So I just wanted to highlight that. Do I have an approval of the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Great. Moved by trustee Daniela Marsh. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Rodas. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Aye, that one, the consent agenda passes. Okay. Now let's go into staff reports. So number 1, superintendent draft of elementary and high school district 2025 local control accountability plans, the LCAP.
Thank you very much. This is going to be a group effort between members of cabinet and myself. We would like to give you an update of our local control accountability plans, both our elementary and high school district. Going to start it off. Here are the key highlights. And I believe, Christina, you're going to take the lead.
Yeah, I can certainly talk through this. So this is just key highlights, not necessarily of our specific LCAP, but the process in general. We've gone through these slides before, so we're not going to spend too much time on them, but just the essence of what the local control accountability plan is all about. It's about both giving our board local control and having accountability attached to that as well. It was a comprehensive 3-year plan. I will talk in the next slide about the funding tied to it. But it is a budgetary document as well. It's not our entire budget document, and it's not our entire strategic plan in terms of what we do for our kids and our teachers in the classroom, but it connects a lot of those strands together. It does call for meaningful engagement, which we continue to do throughout the year. And we are proud that the LCAP also aligns with our school plans. You hear the SIPSAs presented and you hear the connections and so much of what our principals talk about, what they're doing in our schools to what's in our LCAP. Of course, it's updated annually. It's very much a living document. We are entering next year. The document that we're working on now is year 2 of 3. So last year, we created our new 3-year plan. So we can expect minimal changes, some new additions, some changes here and there. But since the plan is so new, we're not sharing a lot of updates with you today. Again, talking a little bit about the purpose and intent, it's tied to the local control funding formula, which essentially has all schools get a base grant based on the number of students they have, and then it looks at the population of our students. And depending on the number of students we have for foster youth, English learners, or low income, we get additional funding for those students, but we demonstrate in our plan how we are supporting those students' success. In the approved documents, which we will start bringing to you in the next few meetings, it has all of these sections, which is a lot. It equals out to over 100 pages plus per district. So there's a lot in there. We're only going to pull out certain areas. Specifically, we're talking about our 4 goal areas and the strategic actions within. That's really the heart of the LCAP. That's what we're doing to support students. But knowing that there's data behind everything we're doing, there's reflection and analysis, there's budget numbers. There's a whole host of things that you will see come forward in the actual documents themselves. But we just wanted to pull out some of the main strategic actions for you tonight. Our draft plans, it's an outline we have created. You may recall when we did our mid-year update in February, we created an outline and we gave you a progress update for each of those strategic actions that I referred to under those 4 goal areas. We've now kept that document and added what we're thinking for 25-26, so next school year. So in these documents, which are public view and are included on the agenda, it outlines what we're proposing, which we're going to share with you tonight. So it has a lot more context than what you're going to see because there's so much in each of these 4 goal areas for each district. But this backup is there. We're certainly able to ask any questions you might have. But this really gives a snapshot of how we were doing this past year, as well as what we're thinking for next year. Our 4 goal areas, which I know you know quite well. And starting with student success. So you're going to see some color up here. We all like our color coding. So if you look at our key, first we have our goal areas, our areas of actions grouped by theme, right? So that's what you see with student voice, supporting ELs. And then with each of those bullets, it's essentially represents an action item. So if you would look at the document, it tells us exactly what that refers to. And everything in green, we're pretty much going to continue. You can think of it as status quo, but a lot of reflection, like this is working well, so let's continue it. So that's just simply in green. If there's going to be some tweaks, some modifications, maybe we learn some things along the way and how to do it better, that's noted in orange. Things that are being discontinued for various reasons are in red. And then certainly things that are new, which aren't a lot, and certainly not a lot here, but in other areas you'll see in blue are some new areas for our LCAP. Want to pause. Obviously, goal 1, student success is our largest goal. So there's a lot on here. And as much as we would love to talk through everything, we do recognize that it's a lot. And hopefully that document, you're able to review it and ask us any questions now or later. I just want to pause to see if this makes sense before we move on.
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
Makes sense. Okay. All right. So this is elementary, similar for high school. You do see a lot of green with the blue. So a lot of similar stuff, but obviously our districts are different, as we know, for different reasons. So you see different things here.
I'm happy to see the inclusion support for students with disability.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Right, I will move along. Okay, I'm
Can
seeing
I ask a
nods.
quick question?
Sure,
The fuel credit recovery,
yes.
remind me again.
Yeah, I certainly can, but I think Ceci would do a better job.
I know that we discussed it. and I
Yeah,
just
that's
wanna-
basically an online learning platform
Yes,
for
that's
students
it.
that are at risk of not graduating.
Yes.
So it
yes,
gives
yes.
them a kind of an alternative way to earn those credits.
Okay, I knew it was something for graduation. Thank you.
Yes.
We do a much better job in the document of spelling out these acronyms. But I struggle on my slide to.
Thank you.
It's easy on the eyes, so thank you.
Yes, all right. So goal 2 is staff success. These are how we support those in our classrooms, our administrators, our classified staff to better support our students. So you see a lot of PD items, but also other items as well, so. You'll see, especially under MTSS, there's some new special ed items that we are considering. Again, this is all still draft. But we did spend some focus and engagement on improving our special education services, and these were some ideas that came to mind.
That's great.
Right, similar for high school district.
Christina, I'm looking at the draft outline for the high school district.
Yeah.
Are those things that are in red not here because this is kind of more so advanced than this, or?
No, the things in red, the discontinued, it will be in there and it will talk about why we're discontinuing it. But I think you caught me, trustee Rodas, that the color coding does not align. The color coding in the document, you'll have one color for the mid-year update only, which I think is green.
Yeah.
And blue is for next year. So you don't have the 3 different colors for next year. So all blue is for next year, and you'll see things that are discontinued and you'll see it say why.
Cause I see a lot of them being continued, which is great.
Yes.
but I didn't see that.
It should, but I can check if there's a discrepancy that you see. Community engagement, which we heard Via Vista talk about earlier today, so a lot of these items are in that goal area. We have both districts together because a lot of these action items align.
Can I ask the recruiter parent for Marin's SELPA special recruit parents for Marin?
We actually have.
Yes, the special education advisory committee. So that is a countywide group, and I know our special education team can talk about it more, but we want to ensure that we have representation on that committee. We have a seat at the table, if not seats, and we want to ensure we're taking advantage of that.
That's great. So I know that special education is something we really focus on.
Definitely. That's why it's in blue. It's new. We want to make
I
sure.
know,
it
I
happens.
like that. I like the blue.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Systems and structures, goal 4. It's a lot of different areas.
Just for one, clarify, the previous slide where it says communications director, that's you, right?
That's me.
Great, excellent, continue.
We're in green, so.
Awesome. Want to uplift that?
It's not in red?
Moving on to goal 4.
Continue. Well, that was a serious question, though, that,
It
it's
is
good to
good,
know that,
yes.
yes.
I help support certainly many of our departments in that area in particular.
Thank you.
Goal 4, lots in green, and I know you'll hear from our Director of Technology later today about some of the digital literacy and artificial intelligence work is connected to that.
That's great.
Here we are for high school district.
And can I ask a question really quick?
Yes.
The unified data strategy, is that when we've been talking about all of our systems talking to each other? So if there's, I forgot what it's called, but that's what it is, right?
Christie? Yes.
Integration, yeah, that was some work that was done even prior and then ending at when I started.
Okay, thank you.
I know the infrastructure one is more about the networking and includes some work this summer and.
Yes. Yeah.
High school district. Right, looking ahead to our next steps, we are continuing to make changes and work on our document. We bring it in at the first June meeting for a final draft for review, so we'll actually have the larger document. We welcome your feedback and questions on how you would like us to go through those drafts, because they are substantial. This was one way to do it. We could think of another way to do it, but there's so much to it. So any feedback you have on what you would like to see us present on these documents, we're happy to take that feedback, or questions in advance. We're happy to meet with anybody before we ideally bring it to you for approval on June 16th. And I'll give a shout out to Bob that he will also be presenting our budget, aligning with these dates as well. Our adopted budget.
Bless you.
Okay. So maybe the board members should sync with our superintendent during your check-ins and share your
Partner with
thoughts
me.
on what you would like to bring forward, so they can be ready on the 9th. Yeah. Any ideas that you might need? I know what I'm bringing forward, so just keep thinking what you're gonna bring forward.
Yeah.
Talk to that wonderful superintendent.
And like Christina said, it's so much and it's very closely tied to the budget, and I kind of just want to see the overlaps and, you know, where money funds are coming from, so. I'll have some talking points with.
And all of these items carry cost, and you'll see
Yeah.
those costs associated. And again, it will align with the full adopted budget, but it won't be comprehensive.
I will share that I am very excited about the new special education. That will be my request, just so we know. I'm sure that's not a surprise.
And it is, since it's my first time going through this material, I just want to say how impressed I am and how comprehensive and thought out the whole plan is. When we were given the orientation the other day after the board retreat, I gained a few pounds just getting the document from you. And so I know there's a lot of work that the district and the staff, the leadership has put in with this plan. One of the things I noticed in the plan, in the updates throughout the document, that mentioned about staffing challenges, some position that wasn't able to fill, and I guess I'm not looking for an answer right now, but the thing is, what can we do? What can we do to support you? Because if you have a great plan, but you cannot fulfill it, that's kind of a shame with the effort that we put in. And so we want to see how we can better support you and everyone to fill this position so that we can implement what you have set forth to do, so that we can maximize our resources and that, so.
Yeah, for sure. And if I may, President Martin, I just want to recall a couple of months ago, we had a presentation of multi-tiered system support and their implementation in middle schools. I see here on the high school district that the cost, is there any similarity with this goal number 4, systems of structure, ION data management, and the coordinations that will track student emotional behavior and academic needs? Is this kind of like the first step of implementing multi-tier system supports, or, you know, is there any correlation at all?
Yes, definitely. So ION is the system that we're using in elementary and high school district. Right now for high school, we're starting to track mainly the like not so much counseling, but the wellness center referrals. And then I know Susan's been doing some work around what that might look like for our counselors moving forward. We just wrapped up a 3-year PD plan with our high school counselors. So this is kind of the next step of implementation and sustainability.
Oh, wow. Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
No, that's
Okay.
questions will come this week.
All right, yeah, questions or comments? Here's your, all right, okay, thank you so much for that presentation, and I love the color coding, that was wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, so next we have business service information technology, AI guidance.
Christy.
I'm looking forward to this.
Oh,
I even brought notes this time so I could stay on task. Be efficient. Thank you so much. First, welcome. I mean, not welcome. Nice to see you again. And also just want to give a shout out, obviously, to Classified Employee Week. All of our classified employees are really so important, and I'm going to give a special shout out to Team IT because of all the work they do to really help keep things working, and that is key, like so many of our other employees. All right, well, good evening. Tonight I'm here to present the work of the Artificial Intelligence Task Force to share guidance that was created and recommendations regarding the use of generative AI in San Rafael City Schools for the board. Ultimately, we are asking the board to consider two aspects: adoption of the guidance document for San Rafael City Schools and adoption of 3 board policies, of which you will be engaging in a first reading tonight. Here's a reminder of what the group's objectives were: examining efficiency and productivity, opportunities and challenges, equitable learning, and relevant protocols and policies. The deliverables of the task force were the creation of a document, a guidance document, a presentation on the perspectives from the field, which we did in April, and to provide a board presentation. Just as a reminder, guidance is a document that shares the stance of an organization on a particular topic. It is to help district leaders, site administrators, and staff consider next steps on the subject and acts as a way to guide key areas for conversation, professional learning, and how it may impact learning or be used within their respective role. For students and families, it helps to acknowledge and define how San Rafael City Schools views this topic and alignment to San Rafael's graduate profile. Guidance is not deemed a requirement and is considered a living document. This means that review and updating guidance as needed is welcome from the community, and as artificial intelligence and its related areas may evolve over time. I want to take a moment to thank the members of the AI Task Force. This was a true collaborative effort involving district leaders, administrators, teachers, parents, and students. As the facilitator of these meetings, I want to express my sincere gratitude to each and every one of them. Their diverse perspectives and dedication were important to the development of this guidance. I want to share some specific topics that were actually covered during our meetings, since they were very high level, to give you an understanding and a flavor of how each session took place from January to May of this year. We explored a wide range of areas and issues, including the fundamentals of AI, its applications in education, workforce skills, academic integrity, student perspectives, equity and bias, policy review, and avenues for education. This was done by sharing information for understanding and through activities to engage participants in discussion and feedback throughout our meetings together. So the guidance document, I have pasted key elements into the presentation for the public, but the full guidance is the document that was attached to the agenda tonight. So these are our guiding principles that underpin our guiding document. These principles are academic and ethical integrity, educator-focused direction, transparency and accountability, and growth and safety. The guidance document emphasizes the importance of academic integrity, supporting educators, ensuring transparency, and staying updated on AI developments while adhering to safety and privacy laws. Just a moment. Supporting our principles. The group felt that they wanted to give additional information for SRC staff and the public to better understand the main principles. These areas include balancing fundamentals and academic growth, promoting communication between teachers and students on the use of technology tools such as generative AI, prioritizing equity, focusing on real-world efficiency and productivity, and encouraging innovative learning experiences. I did want to mention that in the connection, this is with our graduate profile. As our guidance document does state, which is not on here, generative artificial intelligence tools can support San Rafael City Schools graduate profile, which articulates the skills needed to succeed in our rapidly changing world. As AI tools become ubiquitous, we will continue to examine its role in education and align practices that support our graduate profile. The task force worked to ensure our recommendations were in alignment with the development of these skills. As with our other section, the group felt it was important to highlight aspects of expectations and types of use that were felt to be, could be detrimental to the development of key skills or understanding of content by students. One aspect was prohibiting the use of AI for completing entire assignments or exams, emphasizing that unauthorized use is not permitted, but acknowledges the need for customization to meet individual student needs, and requires that all AI tools used with students must be vetted and approved by the district through our application vetting process. This language is also mentioned in the academic honesty board policy that I will speak on to later tonight. Next steps. So the task force also wished to share recommendations for San Rafael leaders and staff to consider. These recommendations focus on 3 general areas: education, assessment strategies, and equity. In terms of assessment, we recommend the consideration of evolving strategies to emphasize process-based and authentic assessments, and even incorporating AI-related tasks to help develop foundational skills, including how to interact and think when engaging with such technology, the evaluation and potential bias of AI-generated content, and promoting the understanding of its impact on the industries and fields in the present time and in the future as they consider post-high school life and careers. Regarding equity and access, the recommendations mention consideration of assistive technologies, culture of responsive AI, and how such technology may help to empower and support the different types of students that we serve. The task force would also like to suggest updating several board policies. Later tonight, you'll be engaging in a first reading of 3 policies. All verbiage from the updated policies is directly from the sample CSB board policy that was adopted by CSBA. Another policy we did review in the group was grades and evaluation of student content. As there is work slated in this area next year, specifically in the high school district, and the other 3 were deemed more of a priority, I am not bringing this forth at this time, but I would like to mention this on behalf of the group. As far as next steps for 25 and 26, or 25, 26 next year, for both districts, there'll be continued exploration engagement with a focus on efficiency and productivity. The elementary school district will focus on digital literacy education for coaches, parent education, a digital literacy week at all elementary school sites, and incorporating the topic of digital literacy and artificial intelligence into 2 staff meetings next year. The high school district will embed AI/digital literacy in identified professional development topics, foster site and department conversations, and encourage student engagement about the nature of artificial intelligence, understanding how students may be using generative AI to help them with learning, but as well as the expectations of use or non-use for certain assignments, projects, or other school-related work. The current scope of the digital literacy technology committee that is slated to go for next year is supposed to be we're going to be spinning up. We'll be discussing the broader aspects of digital literacy. So this is considered like a component of the big topic about digital literacy. And there's different aspects that are within that. And then that will be what we will continue the dialogue, which includes skills identified and needed, throughout a student's K-12, right, pathway experience. Hander, everyone's favorite. For challenges in 25, 26, there's always a lot going on. As you're here and you hear all the wonderful things and all the initiatives that we are doing and how we utilize our time and space in order to be able to educate our educators. So for elementary schools, they have a math curriculum that they will be really focusing on with their professional development time. And right now, we don't have any identified approach as far as teaching AI or digital literacy skills to students at this time. Again, that would be also a further discussion point in the Digital Literacy Technology Committee next year. For high schools, challenges include just the varied adoption of AI by instructors, avenues for teaching fundamental AI skills to all students, and the need for site or department alignment on student AI use and academic integrity. And some examples. And that is my presentation for you. Do you have questions for me?
Yes, well, thank you so much for your presentation, and I will first open it to my colleagues here for any questions or comments. Trustee Lau, is it okay if I start with you if you have any reflections or thoughts or comments?
I mean, looking at the challenges, I think these are all still new, so new to us. The thing that I'm kind of thinking of is, what's the budget implication, as well as the technology itself. Because unlike any other learning tools, I think one of the things that AI require obviously is technology and the internet, access to internet in order to produce the result. As we learned earlier about the presentation of some of the students are, in unstable housing situation and they're with economic disadvantage from family. One of the things that I want to see is how can we support, make sure that the technology is available for all students and to allow them to be able to utilize and benefit from these tools. So that will be something that I would like to learn more about, how the task force will be addressing these issues.
Sure. So in general, that is true. We still have students, every student does have access to a device in 2nd through 12th grade. We are a one-to-one device. So we do give Chromebooks out. So in that case, that is true. The challenge is that we do still have some students outside of school that don't have their own internet access at times. And so that is a little bit of that challenge. That's why the opinion of the task force is the importance of in-school education so that all students are exposed to the fundamental concepts, right? So outside of school, and it's not about making like, oh, you have to do an assignment in AI. It's not about that, right? Because we believe in making sure that everything's equitable. But it is also to ensure that everybody's empowered with the information. And so that will be our continued charge in the conversations next year and also with, site and district leaders and staff as to what does that look like? And for me, that's avenues of education, right? And how that can look.
I'll go next. I just want to say thank you for this work. It's been a couple of months since you've been presenting and the work doesn't go unnoticed. And to Dr. Luau's point, one of the guiding principles stating here is, it reads as follows: we believe that all students should be exposed to fundamental concepts, including the ethical use of such technologies in an academic environment. And I think, it speaks truly to Trustee Lau's commitment and, concern that all students equitably access this technology. But one of my things that I'd like to highlight and, kind of provide feedback on is how prompting works for AI. An artificial intelligence large language model is only as smart as your questions are. And, seeing that as a recommended task force initiative for the development of educators, I think is great. One of my questions is, can you go a little bit into the first point at the high school district, varied adoption of AI use by instructors, and kind of, what's the problems with that or the difficulties seen or kind of just more or less explain that point?
Sure, and these are potential, right? These are not like always sure, but in general, because this is guidance, right? The next step is to have those site conversations. And then in the high school, we'll just use high school as an example because it is a little bit more of it's more of an impact in high school, right? What would be the role if educators were not on the same page in a department?
Yeah.
So then one is not like allowing it. but then the other teacher is. And this also happens in it can happen in other aspects of teaching and learning. And so it's just another consideration about when we talk about equity.
Yeah.
What does that truly mean? And again, what are those avenues to ensure that every student is exposed in different ways, wherever, and that's the creative part where districts and sites come into play.
So there's no, I understand that this is kind of, first view of this, but I would assume that the board would like to pursue, kind of the direction of, having department heads, having the continuance of an implemented artificial intelligence, process of use, so.
Thank you for your feedback. I think anything that you would like to direct is definitely of value.
I'll pass it on.
Thank you, trustee Rodas. Trustee Marsh?
I just really appreciate the alignment with regards to updating other policies that are related to this work. And to be able to have such a rich and representation in committee and engagement of parents and students and staff in general. You met on Zoom for all of those sessions. And so that's like, I'd love to learn learning lessons on how to do such, not that it was complicated or complex, but you broke down in community language and different levels of understanding of AI with such a diverse group. And so I think that we can take those learning lessons and apply it to our community, family, student, community engagement practices moving forward in general. So I just wanted to uplift that, even though this is an AI presentation, really it's not, it's about how do we engage and bi-directional feedback and education. With that being said, I'm really curious, and maybe this is at the next phase of this. I know that when you gave your interim update with the great testimonials from staff and student, not staff and students plural, but like the two representatives here with the community roadshow or the education piece for parents. I know that in Principal Kernan's presentation with Bahia Vista, she had uplifted of like, I have parents that don't even understand or know what Snapchat is. And that's social media. And so in this adjacent space, I'm very curious about, and it doesn't have to be answered now, like what that next phase would be for not only our parents, students, and staff, and then the differences about this, like the academic lens.
Yes.
And a resource and tool.
Yes, I agree. The different lenses, and I like how you call that out for the different types of roles. And yes, and part of it in elementary, as you noticed, we mentioned parent education that is going to be happening. So that is going to be part of a series. And so, and then how do we continue to bring that forth more consistently, I think.
Thank you, trustee Daniel Marsh. Trustee Kerner.
I think, so I know you're able to have some controls in the classroom, like the integrity of the AI agent or like what it is, but did you think, or what are some of the thoughts about how it's used at home, right? Because when kids leave the classroom, they can kind of do whatever they want, right? And have access to anything that they want. Are there any kind of insights around that and how
the academic to home and then to academic?
Yeah, meaning like, well, I guess I see that's a big value of the tool, right? Of the tools, it's being able to advance your study, be able to, do things at home or ask agents or do different things. I guess faster or more tailored for you. And I guess my question is like, in where will they get the opportunity to do that if we don't have a specific class that we're funneling everyone through to do this? Like, I don't get how this happens without it being completely fragmented.
Got it. So yeah, that's part of the conversation about next year. How do we start to look at, again, for those avenues of education? When we think about AI, we don't have to think about it as a separate standalone. Really, we think about the embedding, right, within a class, right? Digital literacy skills are in all classes. We are all dealing with different aspects that actually tie into the core standards. So you could pull digital literacy standards out of the Common Core standards in alignment to different aspects, right? You could say 7th grade, all right, we're doing this, we're dealing with formulas, great, the Excel sheet, right? How do we, and so those are the conversations that we have of like, how are we ensuring that our digital skills are being taught within the scope of their school day? Whether that's in a core subject, embedded, right, within a project, Does that help answer your question?
It does, I guess I
We
would,
don't have an answer, but that's part of the conversation of like where that's gonna look in
Yeah.
elementary and middle school.
Carmen's laughing at me because
She's laughing at both of us. I'm like, yes, that's
They
what
want-
they want a class.
I see.
She's laughing at us, so. I want a class at the high school.
Okay. I love it.
With that, with
I
that,
want
with,
computers
with,
on
with that,
mandatory.
with that student that you had last time, that where they're playing with the tools, telling each other how
Yeah.
to play with the tools and all that. So
Well,
like that's
one thing I could just basically say, if you were talking about a dedicated elective or something of that nature, that's all great too. There's plenty of electives and things that happen in different schools in middle school and high school. But then you have to start thinking about how do you get every single student,
Yeah,
right? So then you have to get creative with what does that look like within the schedule of middle school or high school or elementary school? And so I think that's the conversation. It's logistics in that regard, when you're talking about a dedicated class.
Right. Like I know that there was a teacher at Davidson, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, because he's my friend, that he was doing coding during recess or lunch, where like he wanted kids to learn how to code.
Right.
So he was just doing it on
As
code.org.
like an optional.
Like,
fund,
not,
yes.
like, if you don't have anything for recess, come join this club for a while,
Right,
so,
right. And those are things that absolutely can happen. Like,
Right.
that would be great. I mean, that's also a great starting point is that there are definitely interested peers, and students in middle school and high school, I'm sure in elementary, but I'm just gonna stick with those two for now, about like how that can really, we can bring that out and
Right.
what can that look like?
yeah, I think I was understanding, like, it seems fragmented, you know, and how do we stop it from being somewhat, like, eventually, we'll start with
Yeah.
elective.
and maybe is this a concept of kind of what, like, I can imagine, like, in a math class, there would be no devices, right? Like, here's what we're learning, go through the concepts, it's up on it's up on the board, the kids are not on their computers, not doing anything. Then it's like, okay, now we're gonna break out and look at your Chromebook, and we're going to, here's how you can use ChatGPT to spit these, like, to ask questions as you're doing this, and there's 15 minutes of the class designated to.
Exactly,
Did you-
that's,
is
that would
kind
be,
of
that
the-
would be, yes, that would be an example of embedding it within the class. So for example, you're teaching your core concept, whether, and then, oh, okay, we're gonna do an activity and I want you to engage and I want you to verify your answer and I want you to analyze the answers that were given by this and are they actually, and those are the kinds of conversations that start to address those aspects.
Yeah, because that would be the thing that would get all and more of the
Yes,
students
exactly.
using the
Correct.
tool
And that's
and
what-
getting some instruction on the tool because.
Absolutely, and in that particular area, right, like, okay, in science or in math or in English language arts, right? So it's just a ubiquitous tool and it's more about how does the tool support the learning and also empower the user, right, which are our students. At the end of the day, we want all of our students to come away, right, with the ability of options, not just an option and opportunities, right? And to see paths that they might not have seen before, or to discover something honestly that they might not have known about themselves through exposure of examples of, industries, how we do career technical, exposing students and talking about different things in the world. What they're learning is connected to the real world, right? That's the key thing. How do we make learning practical and accessible and engaging? I can tell you technology usually is fairly engaging, depending.
If I could just chime in as a member of the committee. One of the things that came up a lot, and there were a lot of engaging small groups that Christy put us in, and this was the part of the conversation was, how do you get to a place where there is an expectation of students that they are using some aspect of AI or of a tool like the large language models? And then how do teachers, how can they be very explicit about how you use it and what success looks like in this particular project in terms of your use of AI? And there, that can be a lot of use, AI could be the lesson or AI could be just a small stepping stone to get to this larger
Yeah,
project.
it's like
So-
if you get stuck, here's how you can get unstuck.
Yeah, so there's a lot of conversation about how do we be explicit with students about you're gonna use AI for this part, and this is how you're gonna use it, and this is why this is an important tool. How do we get to that place? And that's the embedding
Exactly.
into all of our classes, right?
That makes sense.
Yes, I feel like I was a part of some of these questions. So thank you so much for your presentation. This is so exciting and we can't wait to keep digging in more. So.
Can
Oh, yeah, yeah.
can I ask one request? The task force participants, from listening to what the fellow trustee had mentioned, I think especially with the curriculum, the early buy-in of our teachers and staff are very important. So if I may, if I ask you for the participants list, we can separate the staff and have another with the teachers and also where they from, from representing which school or like even the parents or the student. Let's give us a little bit more kind of just make sure that we have a good representation of parents, staff, teachers and students that represent a task force can provide good feedback for us to move this forward.
So, yeah, so next year, the idea is to fold this committee, will be evolving into the digital literacy technology committee. It's not the same people. I will be putting out I'll be putting it back out to the public for parents and staff to get new people or even existing people that were interested from the AI literacy as well. And we will continue to obviously make our committee as diverse and representative as we possibly can.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Oh, and I was gonna say thank you so much. I heard that you presented at DLAC.
Yes, in the fall.
Yes, and I was gonna ask that she remind me that you have presented at DLAC.
I did before.
Community schools
we were putting
eventually.
Together the committee, I did do a whole presentation for them
great.
as well to message that.
Thank you for doing that.
So.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. All right, okay, let's see. Now it's board calendar. All right, so we are at discussion and information number 1.
So in your folders board, you've got a copy.
Yeah, I
of the
see this
packet.
right here.
Karina, can you there?
So pretty.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, this is more of an input session for the board with some recommendations that we would like to get from you. So in your board folder, you have the 25-26 traditional school year calendar right here. And along with that, you have 2 options. Board meetings as if they were on Monday sheet. That's what it would look like. We do have some board meetings that have to be on Tuesdays because of holidays. And then another option is board meetings on Tuesday. Now, this is what I want to walk you through to get your input. So the first thing is for the 25-26 school year, would the board want to continue board meetings on Mondays, which would be the second and fourth Mondays? For the 25-26 school year, would the board want to move forward with meetings on Tuesdays, which would also be the second and fourth Tuesdays? Or for the 25-26 school year, would the board want to continue with board meetings on Mondays with the plan to consider moving board meetings to Thursdays for the 26-27 school year, provided time to get input from the community? They would also be on the second and fourth Sundays. The reason why we thought of Thursdays initially is because it gives the staff and the board about 96 additional hours to review board agendas rather than do it all over the weekend when a board meeting is on a Monday. And it would be also a way for us to answer questions, be able to provide you with information to make more informed decisions. And it's during the week. And typically most board school districts in the state of California do Tuesdays, Wednesdays, or Thursdays. It's very unusual to see board meetings on Mondays. Now, I know that's a tradition here in San Rafael City Schools. And the reason why we were giving you the 3 options to give you more detail about the third one is that we would probably need a year in advance to make, if we did move to Thursday board meetings, to allow the community and the schools to understand that, because a lot of their events are on Thursdays and they would have to change. Everybody's geared to the board meeting Mondays. So I wanted to make sure that you saw these questions. Ms. Farina, if you could do the next slide. Additionally, would the board like to include study sessions beginning in the 25-26 school year? I pretty much got that loud and clear at our board retreat. Yeah.
So the practice here, if so, the board
does the board want to start study sessions at 4 o'clock prior to a regular scheduled board meeting? So past practice in San Rafael City Schools is when you have a study session, it's for an hour and it's attached and tacked onto a regular scheduled board meeting. Therefore, avoiding the necessity of scheduling yet another meeting.
Right.
Or you can just have more meetings. Just study sessions only, and it would be focused on one agenda item to study. So I have a lot of information for you. If you want to ponder it, I would love to hear your thoughts. You can ask questions now, clarifying, and what I would like to do is get your input. So then on June 9th, I come back with the final draft of board calendars, because we do need to have an adopted board calendar, board meeting calendar for 25-26 by the end of June. Any questions?
No, so I have no questions. I think we can comment. I think I would just like to say, as a parent in the district, usually things happen on Thursdays. And regardless of other items, so I personally would vote for Tuesdays, but I have no other questions and I like the study session at 4.
I'm in the same boat. Tuesdays, I like the study session at 4.
Yes, sir.
Tuesday and 4 is fine, but also for the study sessions, I mean, we can just leave that open, right? If we wanted to have a separate study session,
Oh,
independent, we can add that
agendize a
in.
special board
Yeah.
meeting with 24 hours notice.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can do.
Just in the case that there's gonna be a long board meeting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I like that
Session.
idea. Yeah.
Trustee Rodas, trustee Lau?
I definitely am in agreement with having study sessions prior to board meetings and not adding additional dates. Tuesday sounds good for me, as it gives us extra time to review agenda, and it also gives the community to time.
Yeah.
Trustee Lau?
Yeah, I think I just need time, you know, if we have to move things around, because I know we probably all at work and serve on another committee. So, you know, in order to be there here on Monday, you know, I have to work with other committee to move things around to accommodate the schedule. So I think I just need the time to make sure that those are well coordinated so they don't create problems. In terms of the study session, do we make it open to topics, right? So parents and
Yes.
other general public
It's
can.
an open board meeting.
Okay.
And the process for choosing topics and whatnot, we will go through. But yes, they're public session meetings, they're not closed.
Okay, so the only thing I'm thinking is, you know, is the time is accessible to parents if they want to join the study session. If
They can join as if they would at
A Zoom,
or-
Facebook.
Yeah, and then they'll have advance notice, because not every board meeting will have a study session, so.
And they'll have more time.
Okay.
They can also watch it back.
Yeah.
And replay.
So just for my clarification and checking for my understanding, trustee Lau, you are saying yes to 4 o'clock on Tuesdays, or?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
All right.
All right. I have my-
Tuesdays.
I have my marching orders. I'll
I'm
bring
so
back the final.
excited.
Okay, and we will leave the 4 o'clock study sessions open for further discussion, then you pick next year which ones
Yes.
you want.
Yeah.
Got it. All right, that was easy. Thank you so much.
Okay,
What's next?
thank you. So I just want to check on time really quick, team. We are on number 2 of discussion information. We could take a quick break now. Power through.
Power through.
Okay, great. All right, so let's go. Education services, consideration of new courses, textbooks and novels for, huh?
We have some on Zoom.
Okay, great.
Present.
For the high schools.
There she is.
Hi, Michelle, we can see and hear you, and I'm gonna pull up the presentation.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. My name is Michelle Harland. I'm the coordinator of secondary curriculum and instruction. And today I'm here to present the items that were Curriculum Council approved for the spring semester. So we have 1 course, 3 textbooks, and 3 novels. So the first course is not a new course, but it's an addition to an existing course that was already board approved. So it is adding a honors to the current course of social justice and U.S. history. And the social justice and U.S. history is currently the concentrated course in the education pathway, and it counts as a social studies graduation requirement. And we would like students to have the choice to take the regular college prep course or an honors course. The honors course will extend versions of the current college prep course assignments with additional readings, writing, and historical inquiry. The second one is a textbook, and this is the textbook for the AP Macro course that was board approved in January. So this will be the Economics for AP course textbook. And all the textbooks and novels are in the boardroom right now for public review. The next two are for the soccer PE course that was board approved in January. So there's two textbooks the teacher would like to use for the course, mostly as reference. And it's Essentials for Strength Training and Conditioning and the Complete Conditioning for Soccer. And then we have 3 novels. The first is The Best We Could Do. It's an illustrated memoir. It's a national bestseller and American Book Award winner. It focuses on immigrant and a refugee experience, the history of the Vietnam War and its aftermath. And this book was going to be approved for grades 9 through 11, but the intent is to use it with grade 11. The next memoir is Born a Crime by Trevor Noah. It's a comedian's experience growing up in South Africa to being the host on The Daily Show. And it's a New York Times bestseller. And the teachers would like to use this with 10th grade English. The next one is Accountable, the true story of a racist social media account and the teenagers whose life changed it. It's a nonfiction, long-form journalism, covers a racist incident in Albany, which has a similar demographics to San Rafael, makes complex issues accessible and an easy-to-read book that students can relate to. And this is intended for 10th grade English students, English course students. And then the last one is The Absolute True Diary of a Part-Time Indian. It's a coming-of-age story. A student leaving the reservation and attending a comprehensive high school addresses issues that he faces during 9th grade. It's a New York Times bestseller and a National Book Award winner. And the intent is to use this with 9th grade English classes as part of their unit. And those are all of the items that the Secondary Curriculum Council has approved for the spring semester. The presentation was today, and then next board meeting, they'll be submitted again for approval. Are there any questions about these?
Info, and then you submit it again for approval.
Any questions? This is when we kind of have dialogue.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Michelle. I was explaining to them the process that this is for tonight and that it'll come back for approval on June 9th.
Correct.
I had one question. So the theme is, it's like all on social justice for what we basically have for the English classes. Like, is there ever any other consideration for the novels that we're adding to it as well?
There are. These are just the ones that the teachers have brought forward currently. And then I think I sent you the list of all of the novels that we have in January.
Could you resend that, Michelle, just after that? Because I think that could be helpful. So that way you see the.
It's also connected, linked onto the board.
They're still
items.
using all of those, but I guess just in contemporary, like we're adding in new books and things like that, but it's like.
Right. So, and Jessica.
Yeah, I think a lot of the core novels that maybe some of us even grew up, they're still part of the curriculum. I think in the last few years, there's been a real more conscious effort to try and incorporate more diverse reading to teach similar concepts. So it's not like everything is shifting, but now it allows a teacher, if they maybe want to bring a different perspective or do a compare and contrast of 2 different novels, it might not be the entire book, it might be a portion of the story. It offers us more basically variety to choose from.
Yeah, and one of my just quick question is, I understand that Accountable is kind of similar to the student population that we have, and it's close to San Rafael being in Albany. Our demographic of students, I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of it, but can you explain, why the teachers specifically selected The Best We Could Do or the Accountability and True Diary of a Part-Time Indian?
I'd have to look back at the units they're doing, but they usually choose the books to diversify their full unit in their course. And all of I can look back at them, and all of the presentations that the teachers did and their slides are linked on the notes also.
Okay.
I know, Trustee Rhoda, specific to Accountable, that was actually a book that was recommended by the teacher librarian at TL. And it brought it to the teachers as a book club.
Oh, really?
And the teacher, it just really elicited some incredible conversation among the teaching staff there. And they thought there were a lot of lessons that they could draw from that book with their students, specifically around social media and some of the abuses and misuse of it, and how it could really snowball into something quite serious if it's not used
Yeah,
in a responsible way.
for sure.
Yeah.
And then if you click on the presentation online, you will see the group textbooks, Donald's, and also when they were approved by the Secondary Curriculum Council, and an overview of each of the textbooks.
Thanks.
So, and if you have any additional questions that you think of tonight and maybe morning, please feel free to email myself and Ms. Bettis, and we will definitely get them answered for you prior to the night.
I would also, Michelle also attached onto the item, the agenda from all the secondary curriculum council meetings. And then you can get kind of a broader idea of kind of why those books were chosen. And we did, it's on the board recommendations from last year. We did broaden our representation so that there's more parents involved in that.
Perfect. Yeah, I see it specifically ties to strategic goals.
Correct, yes.
Did you say like one of the books is about technology and social media?
Yes, accountable,
Yes.
yes.
It's a really good book.
It's a very good
Really
book,
good book.
yeah.
Because that's gonna be one of the
timely
things,
and-
just like in the mix of all the things, like if there's things that are dealing with like technology and like impacts from.
Well,
Yeah,
actually, the instructional leadership team, principals and whatnot, we are all we got a copy over the summer, this past summer, and we all have it. Yes, but it does.
When
It's
you're done
very,
with it, I want it.
Yeah.
it's very, it's very
I'm like, I want it.
what students are going through.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, so we will bring it back for your approval at the June 9th meeting.
Okay. Any?
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And now we have initial consideration business services first, reading to review revision of bylaw and exhibit 9270. Conflict of interest, go for it, Mr. Marcucci.
Yeah, this is an update to be in compliance with Ed Code and federal requirements. And it's really just a replacement of an existing policy with new language from CSBA. It is, so we're updating bylaw and exhibit 9270 and board is adopting a resolution, really just saying that you're adopting a conflict of interest code. Some of the highlights would be, for example, district officials that are in certain levels of positions, such as assistant superintendents, anything with superintendent in the title, board members. For example, if an individual holds one of these positions and has investments and sources of income with a business entity that's doing business within the jurisdiction, or if somebody receives a source of income or gifts that are received from donors. Another example is owning real property within the jurisdiction. So it's really the common conflict of interest highlights there. And it's just making sure that our language aligns with some new laws, SB 1181 and Senate Bill 1243. So CSBA has suggested this language, and we are doing a first read here to replace our existing language with the new updated language.
Any questions?
No questions for me. No questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Got it, so I'll bring it back. Okay. Report, initial consideration, information technology.
First reading to review revision of board policy 4040 employee use of technology.
Back in front. All right, so as mentioned earlier in my presentation, I wanted to bring forth the first reading of 3 board policies tonight for you. The sample language that you do have in front of you is CVSA adopted verbiage. Instead of creating a separate policy on AI, CSBA has chosen currently to embed verbiage in standard and existing policies. This is due to the quickly changing landscape of artificial intelligence, which includes various legislator and bill proposals on the topic. I do want to just share that in the conversations with the group, and we looked at policies, and I was going to see how far we could go with doing policies in such a situation, but you know, they were like, yes, I understand about updating some of the current standard ones, but also what if we had a separate one? So I just wanted to share that they inquired about that. I will bring forth, to me, it's starting with the standard ones is really, I would feel the way to go versus doing a standalone, because good chances you're gonna have to be updating that a lot, and it's already embedded in a lot of things. So just wanted to show you with that. So the first one is employee use of technology. And well, the first 2 are kind of paired together, and student use of technology agreements. So when I was doing the research and looking up the information, I discovered that this was last updated in 2012. So as the director of technology, I'm bringing forth these 2, not just about AI, but for a variety of reasons. That's a lot of time. And so would love to be able to just update that board policy, and then we can review the AR in the new school year and then continue forth. And if the third one is academic honesty. And in my research, this policy was last updated and addressed in 2008. As this policy ties in with aspects of our guidance, it is recommended that the board reviews and updates this policy as well. I'm not sure if you'd like me to read the summaries or not of the three policies. I did give you the link to it.
That's what I think you would do. And also, I remember last week I sent them the
Yes,
board
yeah,
policy.
perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, just one
Current
double check.
and proposed. So they do have that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any questions?
Okay, so we'll bring it back.
We'll bring it back. Thank you. Okay, initial consideration, education services, first reading to review revisions to board policy and administrative regulation, education for English learners.
Yes, that's me. This is actually pretty minimal changes to this board policy. Basically, what the changes reflect is the state has basically redefined what a long-term English learner is. And it lays it out specifically with what the criteria is for designating a English learner as a long-term English learner. So it adds that. And then the second change to the policy is we no longer assess students with the initial LPAC and TK. That's went into effect this year based on new law. So it basically has that added into that, the new board policy as well. And that's it. It's a very minimal changes.
Okay. Any questions?
No questions here? Thank you.
Okay, no questions? Okay.
No question.
All right, thank you so much. You'll bring that back.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, I think this is initial consideration, education services, first reading to review to board policy and administrative regulation, parent involvement.
You're gonna love this one. It's a softball. It's just literally technical fixes, grammatical, punctuation.
Oh, I love that.
Right? There's no content changes whatsoever, but you know, in due diligence, we need to bring it forward.
Okay, great. No, any questions?
Got a bunch of questions about this one.
What is it the comma? What is it called? The comma?
Oxford comma.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oxford comma.
Oxford comma.
Christina.
Remember, I wrote Spanish first, okay, so anyways, all right, now we're into discussion, action, session. Okay, number 1. Personnel, go ahead. Okay, great, all right, personnel matter, public employee contract renewal and title change of senior
Director of Human Services, Superintendent. Thank you. So the district is reinstating the title of Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources to the current position of Senior Director of Human Resources. Despite the title change to Senior Director of Human Resources at the start of the 23-24 school year, job responsibilities, duty, knowledge, and abilities have remained consistent with those outlined in the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources job description. It's important to note that this individual in this position will continue their duties with some substantive changes in their day-to-day operations beginning in the 25-26 school year. What staff would like to do is have the job description of the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources revised to reflect the additional duties that this position will be taking on beginning in the next school year. Additionally, you have an amended contract. The buyout clause had been changed from 12 months to 6 months. So you have that amended contract. And so staff is asking your approval to approve the Assistant Superintendent's contract at a different base salary of $216,840 per year, which was grade 1, 3, 4, step 8, payable in 12 equal monthly payments. The position is to be considered exempt from the overtime provisions for the Education Code 45130.
Okay, thank you so much, Superintendent Geisels. Any questions or comments from the board?
Not here.
None.
None.
None. Okay, I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second. I moved by trustee Kerner, second by trustee DeNamara Marsh. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That shall matter moves forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, number 2. Special education approval of a contract renewed by Adroit Advanced Technologies to provide special education transportation.
Good evening. So I'm bringing this contract, it's actually a contract renewal to, we've been in partnership with Adroit Transportation for about 6 years. And they provide special ed transportation to students who attend special programs outside of Marin County. MPTA, who does the busing in Marin, stays in Marin. So when a student requires a specialized program in their IEP that's outside of the county, districts have to figure out how to get them there to access their services. So this contract, or so we partner with this company as your neighboring districts, and bringing it to you, even though it's a renewal because it's substantial. And this is an ESD and an HSD item.
This is supporting both the elementary and the high school district, correct? Yes. And it is over $100,000.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, renewal, and we are required to transport our special ed students who are in programs outside of our county. I think the cost right now is about,
looking it up right now.
What's in there is what we have spent this year to date and then projected to the end of the year. So moving forward, because we don't know, when students move in or out or move programs, it's hard to know exactly, but it's just about $430,000 this year, combined elementary and
430.
430. I think when we did the budget and when Bob does this presentation and we look at the contribution, transportation is a huge chunk of that contribution. I mean, that is a big piece of that pie, is transportation.
Yeah. Well, thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's very important for our fellow board members to hear as we look at budgets, $430,000, and that is essential to transport our students. But yes, I want our fellow trustees to hear that.
Is it a competitive market at all? Like, are there any, like, I take it they're the only one that does this, right?
They're one of just a few in the area. We actually, before we partnered with them, there was one other agency or one other group that came up. We moved away from them because their rates were going through the roof and all the districts in Marin were getting a little upset by that. And then they came in with better rates.
So even if there are multiple, they're all moving.
Yeah, and to be honest, there aren't a lot of options. I think we're kind of stuck in this weird place because I think there's 2 or 3 options are all comparable. And we're still required to provide this service. And so we're always looking for ways to make it better. Like we do partner with other with other districts to do ride shares, right? So if Miller Creek has a student going to the same school or the same general area, we'll ask, hey, can we jump on this and share this with you so that we both lower costs? So that does happen as well.
You mentioned live, but is it highly regulated or
Yes.
is that
Go.
Yeah, so that, I'm actually glad you brought that up. So they specialize in transporting students with disabilities, right? So it's not just like calling a cab.
yeah.
They have a dashboard. Parents have an app that they can sign up for, so they can actually see real time where their child is, how fast the car is going. They can communicate with the driver and the company through the app. So it provides parents with a peace of mind because they always know where their child is. And then they have, all the safety, the background safety training.
Okay.
Thank you.
So-
Any other questions?
There's no funds that come into kind of
Basketball.
put it down a little bit.
Like state funds.
State funds.
Yeah, so the cost of special education, the funds that the district receives pay for about 1/3 of the actual cost.
Oh.
And so the one, Mr. Simper was talking about the contribution, you'll see when I do my budget presentation, the contribution in the elementary district is 12 million. High school district is somewhere around 10 or 11. So huge dollar amounts that, there is some support, but certainly not enough to pay for the actual, what all the needs of the students are.
I understand.
There's no transportation specific money that goes to special education.
The work, I do want to highlight one last point, is the work that we've been talking about, the new items in the LCAP with the inclusion specialists and just the inclusion work that we're doing TK through 12. That's partly to support with providing students with access to their schools where they live. Part of that's also to change culture and climate, but that's also a way to help us keep kids here. So if we can build out more practices over time, build out special ed programming in-house, then that can avoid sending students to alternate programs. And so that's a long-term plan, but the hope is that we can build programs out where we can serve more students here. And these are more of our severe students. So we just need to, this is kind of one step along that way.
For sure.
Oh, I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I was going to tell Trustee Rodas on the efficiency calls, efficiency together, or whatever that committee is. We've talked a lot about how do we share transportation that is so costly. And anyways, in my 2 years, we never got to figure out how to do that. But yeah, no, thank you.
Inspiration stuff.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much for bringing this forward. Yes, and so costly. Thank you. Do I have to wait? Oh, we have to vote.
This
Oh,
is
I'm sorry.
action.
Oh, so it's action. Thank you, Vice President. All right, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve contract renewal.
Okay, moved by trustee Daniela Marsh, second.
I second.
Second by trustee Lau. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes. Okay, capital facilities.
Hey.
Approval of adjustment of capital facilities, high school district program budget, bond measure B2.
Hi,
Hi.
so I'd like to say thank you for your time. It is a late night here and we're a little dry on what we have to present. In our last bond in 2015, we brought to the board 10 different budget allocation summary changes. This particular, and Patty's handing out the detail that we'll get into at the last two slides, don't get ahead. And I know how you are, you got a piece of paper, you're already there, okay. What we're doing tonight is we came to you this last May with our first update to the budgets. And the good news is we have additional income. So we're coming here tonight to show you some additional budget allocation summaries. I'm gonna turn it over to Bill Savage and I'm gonna sit quietly, I promise him, behind him and not interrupt once.
It's okay, Tim. If I flounder, you can get up. Good evening, board members. Bill Savage with the Van Pelt Construction Services team, and we want to give you an update on the high school district program budget. As Tim said, we have some increased revenues that we're projecting. We also have some budget challenges in projects, and we need to make some adjustments to our expenditure budgets, and we want to align our budgets with the scope of work that's being performed at the high school. And we also want to get ahead of continuing cost escalation, which we don't see any end to construction cost escalation for a variety of reasons. But we have two new board members here since the last budget update. So I know it's late, but we wanted to give you some background first on our high school district bonds. I hope that's okay. So in the high school district, I've been working here since 2016. And it's been an amazing run and an amazing experience building these facilities for the district. In 2015, we had Measure B, $160.5 million in voter authorized bonds. And in 2022, we passed Measure B2, $216 million in voter authorized bonds. And they thoughtfully gave them the same letter. So Measure B and Measure B, just to confuse everyone. So it's perfect. We don't get all the money at once, okay? And the bonds are sold in a series over time that are scheduled based upon changing assessed valuation in the school district. And the timing of the sales is limited by two things: statutory total district bonding capacity, which is 1.25% of assessed valuation. And this is more of an issue in our elementary district than it is in the high school district because the differences in assessed valuation in the two districts. There's also under Prop 39 bonds, which Prop 39 bonds are allowed to be passed at a 55% majority, but part of that accountability that went into creating Prop 39 provided for a tax rate limitation for each bond, each bond of $30 per 100,000 of assessed valuation for a homeowner in the school districts. And so these are the kind of rails that we have for our program. The original schedule, as I said, was set up based on a 4% per year increasing assessed valuation, AV. So local bonds, our program does not just include the bond funds. These bonds allow us to leverage additional funding, state matching funds being the primary one. Proposition 2 was the most recent state bond that was passed. And we also received significant state funds in our previous bond, and I'll show you an example of that in a sec. We also can utilize developer fees when we have a nexus to growth, where we're providing, for example, the Davidson Middle School MPR, not part of the high school district, but the MPR is a minimum essential facility under the state guidelines that we've never had at that site. And so those are the kinds of things that we can use developer fees for. We get special program funds, state energy funds, donations, other sources, and our bond funds, when we do sell a series, are placed on deposit with the county, and they earn interest until we utilize them and do the expenditures through them. And right now, just in the box that's on the slide, we continue to have a fairly high balance, and interest rates are extremely high historically. And so we are projecting some additional interest income to the program. Let's see if this goes. So 2015 Measure B bond, just you can see the basics of the bond. You see we had a total of $6 million in state funds. We had interest income as of 2023 of $4 million. You can see our total program of 170.5. Not all of those funds were expended when Measure B2 passed in 2022. And the funds were used for completing 2015 projects, but we also anticipated and projected that we would have a certain amount of carryover from those funds to be available for new projects in 2022 bond. The 2022 bond, you can see our $216 million. We had projected originally in 2024, $4.8 million in carryover available for new projects. We projected $2.8 million in interest income, $700,000 in developer fees, and a total program of $224 million. What's changed? First of all, our interest income just last year was over $3 million for 1 year on funds on deposit. And so, but flip side, our carryover funds were utilized to complete and to do a complete scope of a variety of high school district projects, like finishing items on the STEAM building at Santa Fe and the MAC building, finishing the commons and the quad area, the ceramics building, and associated projects on the Terra Linda High site. And so our expenditures on 2015 carryover funds were higher than we anticipated, so it left us less to be carried over to use for 2022 bonds. So let's back up for a second. We want to share a success of the Series C bond sale completed this year, and Bob did an amazing job, and the district's very high rating. We hit the market at a sweet spot time and got a really good price on the bonds. So we're using the funds because we're aggressively developing our projects. In other words, the more we do now, the less we pay for it. If next year we're going to pay 6 to 10% more for the same work that we get this year. And so we're continuing to look for and ensure that the program has the money to be successful and to be efficient. So we had a $55 million bond, Series C, set another year from now, and we went to our financial advisor and worked with business services, and they split it up and got us an additional 27 million this year, 26.5 million this year, so that we had that money available to make commitments as we go forward in the program. So we still have 79.5 million in remaining series to sell in the high school district bond. And now I'm getting to the updates. So what are some of the updates we're bringing you tonight? Increased income from bond funds on deposit. Our audited actuals from 23-24 were 3.1 million in interest income received, and we had originally projected 400,000. We try and be conservative when we project things like that, but this is a pretty unique situation in terms of historical interest rates. And we're also proposing to project an additional 1.6 million this year because of our high fund balance on deposit and high interest incomes. So we had, again, projected 400,000 for this year, and we would be projecting total 2 million for this year on interest income. We are proposing that we would increase our projection of available carryover funds based on the actual amount that we have available, and we've worked with business services to identify and put forward on specific contracts at the high school district and an elementary district also to be paid off now with the remaining carryover funds, and then close out the 2015 bond. So we would have no more carryover funds in the 2015 bond, and we'd be done with that. And so you can see a summary of that, and Tim will go over that with you briefly in the line by line, but a total proposed revenue increase adjustment of $2.3 million to the program. Expenditure budgets need to be adjusted. First of all, we have scope in our contracts that is not covered by the budgets that are currently in those projects, but is covered in other areas of our program. For example, and I'll get into it more, we are doing security fencing and gates for the Terra Linda High campus and the Santa Fe High campus, if you've been by the campus and seen the front gates. Similar projects anticipated here. Those are added into the contract of Wright Contracting that is the aquatics, gym, and locker modernization program projects. Those projects were the security fences and gates are originally budgeted as part of the campus modernizations. So the adjustment is move the budget to the correct project from modernization to aquatics, gym, locker to align the scope that's in the contract and the project with the budget. So you can see also in the green box a brief history of the adjustments that have been approved by the board for the high school district to date. And here's the proposed adjustments by project. So the gym locker modernization scope increases. The Santa Fe High gym building is the gift that keeps on giving. As we go underground, We find concrete beams that were notched out and spalling concrete on the underside of the gym floor. We find underground contamination. We have increased costs for soils off haul. And so part of this budget adjustment, and the board approved a contract amendment to write contracting on tonight's agenda. We're proposing to move $2.5 million into that project to align the scope and to cover the additional costs that I mentioned tonight. So one of the things that we're proposing in this adjustment, and you can see it on the transfer in from Science Building roof screen. The Science Building roof screen project is, in staff's opinion, a lower priority master plan project and was primarily a visual impact. And we're proposing to defer that project to some later date if we receive additional funds and move those originally anticipated funds of $800,000 into this project to cover the increased scope of work that we have at the San Rafael High site. At San Rafael again, we have an upcoming project that you've just approved the design build contract for the Visual and Performing Arts building and the TE building modernization. So the original VAPA project was created by combining 3 projects, but the modernization scope for the TE project is in the campus mod. So we're proposing a transfer of $5 million from the modernization budget for San Rafael High for classrooms into this project, which will modernize all of those classrooms in the TE building, including the special ed classroom and the technology offices. And we're proposing in this transfer for this budget to transfer in $2.4 million, which is half of our program reserve, to ensure that our budget is adequate for the cost escalation that we're anticipating for the new construction. When we went into our design build interviews, we, asked the question over and over, is our budget adequate? Can you meet this budget? And the answer that we got was, everyone said we needed to be sure to be ready for cost escalation, especially for this kind of new construction, okay? In a lot of ways. So the reason we're proposing a transfer of program reserve is that we're about at the halfway point of our program. This would transfer half the funds of program reserve, which are set aside to manage risk, and we'd still have $2.4 million as our program reserve to complete the program for the high school districts. And for the Terra Linda High School Aquatic Center, gym and locker buildings, added modernization scope, site security, fencing and gates contract that will be happening starting this summer. And we had a pretty major change in plans. We had initially gone forward with a modular building system, exactly the same as what we did at San Rafael Stadium. The vendor was unable, I almost said flamed out, but was unable to meet our contract requirements, which came from the Marin Municipal Water District, and they would not accommodate a recycled plumbing system within their modular building. So we had to abandon that approach. And so now we're going with a stick build. It's actually masonry, right? Yep. It's a masonry building. It'll match what you can see going up right outside there now. And it's a much better product, but it's an $800,000 add to the contract. So there's the summary of the transfer in, and I think, yes, Mr. Ryan, you want to take it over?
Hi.
Thank you.
So I didn't interrupt once. Did I get credit?
Great job.
All right, thanks. Good, great. So talking about this document, right? So we did the same document in December for the elementary school. The highlighted items are in orange. So let's just start from the top and go down. Now it's late. Would you like me to go through line by line like as we have in the past?
Team. What do you think?
I think it's your discretion.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, great.
Do it.
I'll power through.
So line 3, local revenue shows adding interest, the 23-24 audited actual increase of 2,373,795. And we are projecting in 24-25 adding 1.6 million for a total of an additional income of 433,795. In line 4, state funding and carryover from the old bond, we show a reduction because we spent those monies in closing out projects from the last project. Overall, we are still showing a increase in line 6 of 2,000,003 to the overall program. We just took it down by spending out. Line 10, the new aquatic center and gyms modernization shows an increase of 2.5 million. And that's funded by 1.7 from unallocated funds for additional aquatics and gym modernization scope and $800,000 from the deferred line 16, which is that it's a want to have. Line 16 was a want to have, not a have to have. Line 11 is the modernization. It shows a reduction of 5 million, transferring it into TE, right? So it's a modernization project, we're putting it into the single contract. Line 12 is bringing in that 5 million and bringing in 2.4 from line 43. But if you look at line 43, we're recommending the board apply 50% of the program reserve because we've already spent 50, or we've already allocated 50% of the overall bond program. We've been very conservative. It's great. Now we have this money available. It's time to consider getting into that. Line 16 is that rooftop mechanical screen that we're saying to defer. Line 25, we're now at Terra Linda High School. It shows an increase of 2.5 million. 500 of that comes from line 6, which is the revenue totals, and a consolidation of 2 million from line 26. So again, as Bill mentioned, we were going to be doing the fences and gates as part of line 26, which was the main building modernization. We're just bringing it into contract for scope with Wright Construction. And then the program costs, and again, that's line 43, showing a reduction of 2.4 million. The good news over all of this, we're showing an income increase. We're realigning some of our budgets. It's a lot, but we wanted to make sure that we were here to answer any questions that you had. And we're asking for the board to adopt this budget as been presented.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No questions. I'm glad to see those extra revenues come in. I'm not sure to say if I'm grateful for high interest rates or not, but.
Yeah.
And for the interest.
Yeah.
So what's the actual impact of the rooftop mechanical screen? Is there any?
Sure, it was to make it look pretty. Right now, there are rooftop units on top of the science building that you can see.
It needs to be done in conjunction with re-roofing the science building. There's so much equipment up there that there's 2 generations of equipment. That when the building was originally built and then cooling was added and additional condensers were added. It's massively crowded. It needs to be re-roofed, and that budget was not enough to screen it and re-roof it. So we need to get
So it's
a project
more
like that.
cosmetic in some way.
It was cosmetic and the roof has more life in it. We're not
The
saying.
roof has plenty of life, but we can't just put the screen on.
If we put the screen up and then we had the roof, you'd have to take the screen off, put the screen back on.
Cause I remember at College Green, they did some removal with the art building to save costs. But Canfield being has the highest rainfall and then caused some of the weather leak and weather problems there, so they end up actually causing put some money back in to try to fix that building at the end. So you kind of want to do it right at first, but it seems like this is more cosmetic.
Yes, sir.
Also kind of interested in going the cost of, I'm glad to hear all the interest increase. Have we done any refinance for the cost of the bond and benefit from the refinancing of the bond measure?
Yeah, so when we just recently, when we sold that latest series of bonds there. We did look at refunding the older bonds, the 2015 bonds. But then at the end, it didn't pencil out and it sort of turned upside down and it wasn't going to save the taxpayers any money, so we decided not to do it. But when you do something like that, it doesn't bring more money in to our bond program. It's really just done to save taxpayers money and be able to say that, you know, we're doing right by our community.
Yeah.
And there's a benefit to do it at the time of sale because you're already in that process. So every time that we go to sale, our team looks to see if that's something we can do.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second? A motion by trustee Marsh. Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
Second by trustee Kerner. All those in favor say
Thank you.
aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Also, thank you for the clear color coding. I love it. A good color, everybody, great color coding, everyone. Very accessible.
Okay, next we have approval of understanding between San Rafael City Schools and iReady, my kid's favorite test for grades K through 5 and 6 to 8 for math and for the 25-26 school year.
I am so glad to hear kids are loving it.
Oh, they love it. They can't wait to see iReady.
So this, we brought you parts of this contract before. This is very specifically for continuing the interim or diagnostic assessments. It is for math, specifically in grades 6 through 8, because when we bought the math curriculum in K-5, that comes as part of that contract, as well as MyPath, which is the individualized learning assessments. This basically continues everything we're doing this year. It's just grouped a little bit differently because of our math curriculum purchase in K-3.
And this is year 3.
This is year 3 in elementary.
Yes.
And year 2 in middle and high school.
Yes. Okay, that's what I was remembering. Okay. Any questions?
No questions.
No questions.
Okay, so never mind. Okay, do I have a motion
Motion to
to?
approve.
Okay, moved by trustee Kerner, second.
Second. I'm sorry, trustee Rhoda seconds.
Trustee Rhoda. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that passes. Thank you. Okay, next we have approval of memorandum of understanding between Mountain Camp, which I wish Mountain Camp was at all of our K through 5s, and Sun Valley Elementary during 24-25 school year. This is probably for field day.
Yes, this is a new partnership, so we are bringing it for the first time. Mountain Camp has summer camps, and as part of their opportunity for their counselors to put their skills into training before summer camp, they would like to join us at some recesses and field day over at Sun Valley. And so this, because they're interacting with students, we bring it to you, but this provides some extra supports for those.
Yeah, so just trustees, field day is like right before school ends and there's like all these activities all over campus for kids to run around and have fun. And usually at my school, all parents volunteer. So it's great. It's like the carnival and you're the carnival. All right, any questions about Mountain Camp and Sun Valley?
I would love to volunteer at a field day one day.
Oh my gosh.
You just let us know with
Right here.
You can choose
One,
one.
two,
You can
two
have a
volunteers.
dodgeball or-
I'll let principals know.
It's
Yes,
recorded.
exactly.
2, here we go.
All right, do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second, moved by trustee Rhoda, second by trustee Marsh. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, motion passes. It looks like they're doing it for free when I read it.
They are.
I saw that.
Yeah.
That's great. Okay. All right. Our favorite end of the night, approval of donations. Bring us home, Bob.
Who did the voice?
I'd like us all to take a sensory walk.
Oh.
You are standing.
Wait, what am I
Close
doing?
your eyes. You're
Eucalyptus?
standing near the
What?
ocean. You
Eucalyptus?
can feel the breeze and you can hear the waves.
The cows?
You can hear the screams of people on a beautiful, huge roller coaster. You can hear the pinball machines clanging, and you're standing with your friends that you've been at high school with all along. And you are at the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk.
Woo!
I just went for the first time.
Big Dipper.
And you are there because of the generosity of a man named Mark Stevens, who purchased 27 tickets for avid students to celebrate their senior trip at Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk, valued at $954.20 to Santa Fe High School avid students so that they could experience the
That's
sensory
amazing.
enjoyment that you just did as well.
Ah.
Total donations this evening, $954.20 from Mark Stevens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Moved by trustee Daniela Marsh. Do I have a second? Second?
Who said second?
Oh, that's trustee Rhodes. And second by trustee Rhodes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.